Everyone now knows that the pills sold in this shop are inferior and have already achieved the effect expected by Xinxiang. So he does not intend to continue to entangle with this boss Zhao, which is a waste of time. Everyone now knows that the pills sold in this shop are inferior and have already achieved the effect expected by Xinxiang. So he does not intend to continue to entangle with this boss Zhao, which is a waste of time. How do you say what you love? Anyway, I have questioned your pills from the very beginning. It is the worst quality. At that time, I don't know who said that the quality of these pills is high grade. I kept saying that I insulted Alchemist. Even if there is any reason, it still cannot deny the fact that you are a big liar, Xinxiang said. Everyone saw the middle-aged shopkeeper from the beginning to ensure that the quality of the pillars was the best. But now they admit that the pillars are the most inferior. Isn't this the face of their own? I heard that everyone was whispering, and Zhao's boss was even more angry. They really lost. Come and grab him. Angry Zhao boss was suddenly yelled. After Zhou Ziqin and Zhou Ziqi were shocked, they immediately stopped in front of Xinxiang. Do you dare? Zhou Ziqin coldly shouted. Why don't you dare? If you are an elder in your emperor's palace, you will do the same. If you don't let it go, don't blame us. Zhao boss said with a sneer. You are the emperor's palace. But even if you have been deceived for so many years, you can already prove the existence of this unspoken rule. Now someone has destroyed such a rule, which is incompatible with the entire pillars here. The door of the shop has been closed, and the people in it are Russ, Plussing, and the number of players in the store is increasing. You don't have to worry as long as you make up a blood contract and promise not to say what you are doing today. We will let you have a way to live. Zhao boss is black, gloomy, and cold said. Everyone was shocked. This Zhao boss actually wanted to kill people. In order to ensure that today's things are not pa-s set out, they actually use such dark means. Xinxiang did not expect this to happen, but he thought about it. Since these people can hold on to this matter for so long, it is clear that there is a very comprehensive plan. That is, killing people. Without world-defying sacred realm, I shouldn't worry about them. Xinxiang has been surrounded by several people, and Zhou Ziqin and Zhou Ziqi have been stopped by several old men. But at this time, Xinxiang had no fear, only to see him suddenly took out 3 crystal emperors. Crystal emperor. Before Xinxiang was very straightforward to buy those herbs. Everyone saw that he was a very broad person, but now come out with 3 crystal emperors. Still surprised everyone. What do you want to do? Zhao boss glanced at the 3 crystal emperors of good quality. You guys, don't you just sell for the sake of wealth? Take it. Xinxiang vigorously threw the crystal emperor into the air and used SPAC power to let the crystal emperor reach the roof at once. World-defying sacred realm at the peak of the expert C crystal emperor will be heartwarming. Not to mention these world-defying sacred realm late stage. I saw more than a dozen people have sword to grab the 3 crystal emperor. Even Zhao boss also hastily jump up. Boss Zhao certainly knows what Xinxiang is thinking, just to take them away, but he is sure that Xinxiang can never get out of the store. However, just as they went to catch the 3 crystal emperors, Xinxiang hastily to Zhou Ziqi and Zhou Ziqin's sound transmission, ready to escape. He just finished the sound transmission, and the above suddenly burst out a loud bang, a shocking force, so that everyone feels like being pounded by millions of pounds, and there is a scorching wave under the pressure, the shock of potential shocks. It feels like being burned. The strong explosion caused the people in the shop to fall to the ground, one by one on the ground, and the top of this luxurious and magnificent palace was pulled out of a huge hole, and the door was blown out. Oh la la! The dozens of people who just jumped up were all blown up and broken. The boss of Zhao was the strongest and the fastest, but he was still blown off an arm and was seriously injured. Everyone runs. Xinxiang yelled, and the person was gone. Boss Zhao was like a charred, dead pig falling on the ground. His half-open eyes were full of anger, and he was actually pitted by such a brat. Zhou Ziqin and Zhou Ziqi reacted at this time and hastily followed Xinxiang to run out of the ruined shop, and then everyone ran out. This pill store is the largest in this imperial city, and its location is also the most lively. Suddenly broke out of this movement, alarming many people. You guys, it's too messy. Zhou Ziqi looked back at the palace that had been blown open and exclaimed, "It's the first thing they messed up. If I don't, they will definitely kill me, and you will be forced to get a blood contract. Are you happy?" Xinxiang snorted and said, "You'd better. Don't go back to the imperial palace during this time. First, secretly contact your 3 younger sisters to explore the alchemist's tome in the imperial palace. You are now the one who knows the truth." Zhou Ziqi and Zhou Ziqi have realized that the complexity and seriousness of this matter can be seen by the boss Zhao, who forced others to sign the blood contract. "What about you?" said Zhou Ziqi. "This world is so big, I want to go somewhere where I go." Xinxiang He smiled and said, very free and easy, "Well, let's hide from the period of time." Zhou Ziqi sighed, and they also had secret hiding places here. Xinxiang and their farewell, they rushed to a place where no one was, using the transformation technique to change their looks. This group of guys, wasting my 3 crystal emperors. Xinxiang was a little distressed. The 3 crystal emperors were all retouched by him. In the way of alchemy, they were smashed into the knocking spell and fire spell. Only such a powerful power will come out. As an alchemist, Xinxiang certainly can't see anyone using a bad pill to deceive people. If it is an inferior pill, it is something you want, and he won't say anything. He did not leave the city for the first time. Instead, he used Ratman to spread the matter around him, so that more people could understand the shady scene in the pill store and stop being deceived. Most of the people who came out of the people inside were the richer characters, such as Young Master. They also spread the matter and soon became known to the city and then to other cities. Xinxiang, in the past few days, I have learned that the shop is not Zhao's boss. Zhao's boss is just a jealousy, and there are others behind the scenes. Most of it is privilege. Oh, I don't know how the 2 sisters are doing. It shouldn't be a problem. Xinxiang didn't want to harm them. This incident caused a lot of trouble because some people finally exposed such a shady scene. Many people have been skeptical for many years, but these people are afraid to stand because they are afraid of powerful forces and worry that no one believes them. Come out. Xinxiang has been to many large and small worlds. He has also seen many people who are mainly interested in brills. Although he is more or less black, he has never seen such a shop selling the worst sliver. And all the big forces in the entire world, defying soul, river 5th layer do this. Xinxiang has been to many large and small worlds. He has also seen many people who are mainly interested in brills. Although he is more or less black, he has never seen such a shop selling the worst sliver. And all the big forces in the entire world, defying soul, river 5th layer do this. It was only 10 days, and this incident spread to several empires. The business of those shops suddenly dropped. Many people learned that the pills they ate were all treated as garbage. They were very angry. The main thing is that they used a lot of myriad Tao divine soil crystal to buy, but they got some garbage. I just don't have the strength. Otherwise, I will make these guys look good. Xinxiang strolled on the street and inquired about all kinds of useful news. He had already let Qin Shuang know the teleportation formation here, but he could not find it. Although he is anxious to go to the road of innovation, he also understands that it is very dangerous if he does not have enough strength to go to the road of innovation. I heard that this has already attracted the attention of heaven's proud G.O.D. Emperor. Oh, there were 2 emperors at the scene. Even the emperor was deceived, and this heaven's proud G.O.D. Emperor might have done something in the dark. And, Body believes in today's pill stores. How can I buy good pills in the future? I don't know. In short, I have heard of a period of time. The Heaven's Proud Emperor Palace will hold an alchemist party to discuss this matter. This group of alchemists is a nest of snakes and rats. It is estimated that they will gather together and discuss how to lie to us. Xin Xiang heard some young master brothers discussing this matter. From their dialogue, it can be seen that these young master brothers are not stupid. Everybody is good. Shen Xiang walked into the hotel and stood next to him with a smile. When you talk about the pillars, you are working hard. Don't you know if you can join? Shen Xiang also holds 2 pots of good wine in his hand. Of course. A long-faced, red-clothed man said with a smile, and quickly let Xin Xiang sit down because he already saw that the 2 pots of wine in Xin Xiang's hands were good. After Xin Xiang gave them a good drink, they asked, "Well, isn't the strongest guy in the imperial palace here?" This is, of course, the strongest of such an empire is the people inside the imperial palace. A man sighed, "Our small families need tribute every year, but also give gifts to various dignitaries. Otherwise, it will be difficult to mix. Is the emperor the strongest in the imperial palace?" Xin Xiang asked again. "Not at all. In short, I heard my grandfather say that there are several forces in the imperial palace. The emperor is also unable to take care of it. Not so. Even if his daughter has been cheated for so many years, it can be seen that the emperor's pill is not the emperor. It was also this thing that was exposed to the emperor's power. Before they were fighting in the dark, we could only see the flowers in the fog, and now we can see more clearly. So, the distribution of herbs is not under the emperor's control." Xin Xiang's eyes lit up. He felt that he could go to the emperor to talk. But the premise is to determine whether the emperor and his guests. After Shen Xiang chatted with these young master brothers, I also learned that a very useful news is that those alchemists are very well positioned, and some even the behind-the-scenes bosses in the big family or secretly control one party's strength. Of course, this is just the high-level alchemist, but the low-level alchemist will not be bad. Xin Xiang, leaving the hotel, head to Heavenly Sound Villa. Zhou Ziqin told him before, if you want to find them, you can go to Heavenly Sound Villa from time to time. They may be inside. Heavenly Sound Villa is also a hotel, but it is a manor-style hotel. Everything is expensive, and it is the right for the advanced. Shen Xiang had a myriad Tao Divine soil crystal. It was easy to mix in, and I had a small house, and then released Heaven-Devouring Rat to explore the ladies. Only half a day he saw Zhou Ziqin here, where they stayed in a medium-sized house in a very secluded location. Shen Xiang immediately rushed over and stood at the door and tapped the door. Zhou Ziqin was very alert to see from a hole inside, and she was surprised when she saw the familiar face of Xin Xiang. "Shen Xiang, how did you find us?" Zhou Ziqin quickly opened the door and let Xin Xiang come in. "It's too easy." Xin Xiang laughed, went in, and looked around. The house was much better than his. The charming Zhou Ziqi also hastily came out. After seeing Xin Xiang, Jiao said with a smile, "I thought you were away from heaven's proud empire." It was going to be gone, but suddenly thought of something, so I decided not to take the lead for the time being. Xin Xiang said with a smile, behind Zhou Ziqin, went to a living room inside. Xin Xiang sat down and drank tea and asked, "You just stay here, is there really no problem?" "This is not. Our imperial father can hurt us. We believe he will not harm us." Zhou Ziqin sighed. "There is a lot of complicated things." "I know, so I am back." Xin Xiang said with a smile, "I am an upright alchemist, so I think I should do something." Now, Zhou Ziqin, they all believe in Xin Xiang. Otherwise, Xin Xiang cannot reveal the shady of the shop. What are you going to do? In short, we understand now that the world is controlled by alchemists. They buy the best herbs at low prices, refine the best dan to eat for themselves, and then put the worst pills. Selling at a high price, getting a lot of myriad Tao Divine soil crystal, and then acquiring herbs and so on, Zhou Ziqi said. They are also deceived. So I think of this matter, my heart is very upset. After all, I have been cheated for so many years. I don't know yet to do this for the time being. Xin Xiang thought about it. He really didn't have a comprehensive plan. It was mainly because his strength was too thin to change everything here. But you have done a very good job. At least let many people know the truth and will not be deceived again. This is already a great thing. Zhou Ziqin's face is full of a smile. I think your imperial father should be very helpless about this kind of thing. I don't know if I can meet him and talk to him. Xinxiang asked. This is impossible. Now his actions are subject to certain restrictions. If he is known to see you in the public domain of the pills, he will be more troublesome. Zhou Ziqi shook his head. Who should be able to talk to me? Xinxiang said. This is no problem. What do you want with him? Zhou Ziqi nodded. You ask me. He knows Gutong and a guy called Sun Old Ancestor. Xinxiang said. Tell this for a while. Zhou Ziqi thought about it subconsciously and saw that he had not heard of the two people Xinxiang had said. She carefully recalled that she still could not find relevant memories. Zhou Ziqi thought about it subconsciously and saw that he had not heard of the two people Xinxiang had said. She carefully recalled that she still could not find relevant memories. Well, I will put this news back. Zhou Ziqi said. Now you have to see my imperial father is not suitable. I will arrange for you to meet him when appropriate. Xinxiang is an alchemist, and Zhou Ziqi thinks that her imperial father may be willing to win. If this is a good thing, it would be good. Zhou Ziqi, a few of them are just ordinary empresses. Although the cultivation base is not weak, they grew up in the imperial palace from an early age, and they have not experienced anything. They don't understand many things. Now they have such a big thing that it is not convenient to ask for it. And Xinxiang has been using Ratman to inquire about various news these days. He has a large number of Ratmans and a large number of myriad Dao divine soil crystal. He can quickly build a news network and collect all kinds of news he wants to know. A month after the incident at Xingxin's store, Xinxiang finally heard some useful news. He had already learned the power behind the scenes of the Xingxin store, and he guessed that the imperial palace was from the imperial palace. It is only that he is still unclear who is inside the imperial palace. In short, even if he is in the imperial palace, he is also a high-powered person. Zhou Ziqi also replied to Xinxiang's inquiries and made Xinxiang more excited. My imperial father said that he knows these two people, but it is not convenient to talk about. Zhou Ziqi said he should be busy with other things now, and he will have time later. After the storm of this matter, we go talk to him again. Ziqi in the heaven's proud emperor palace. Is there anything wrong with your imperial father? Xinxiang asked. No. Zhou Ziqi shook his head. Even if there is, we certainly don't know. In short, even in the imperial palace, there are many restricted areas that cannot be gone. As for why, we don't know. I only know that my imperial father warned us that we can't go to those places. Zhou Ziqi said, So you know that in the heaven's proud emperor palace, who is the most powerful except for your imperial father? Xinxiang asked again, You should know this? There is only the national man. The father is the father of the queen, is an alchemist, world-defying sacred realm peak. The strength is similar to my imperial father, in charge of the proud pill palace among the heaven's proud emperor palace, responsible for the entire palace pills provided. The pills we eat in the imperial palace are all collected from the proud pill palace. Zhou Ziqi thought about it and said, You are not the queen's daughter? Xinxiang asked. Imperial father has a lot of women. Our mother is one of his favorite, but it has no power because I can't stand the various battles in the palace. I left the imperial palace early and my grandmother and grandfather together. I haven't seen her for a long time. Zhou Ziqi sighed. Xinxiang said, 80% is this national man. What do you mean? Zhou Ziqi looked at her big sister, very puzzled. The behind-the-scenes boss of Xingxin shop is this man. I heard some news. There is the power of the imperial palace behind the store. Xinxiang said. At that time, the boss of Zhao dared to fight you because there is this the national pension supports. Zhou Ziqi and Zhou Ziqi look at each other and face the color of worry. Although they are not sure whether Shenxiang said it is true, they have this suspicion. If this is the case, their situation is very dangerous. Big sister, big sister. You Dudley, someone knocked at the door. Zhou Zhiqin quickly went to open the door, only to see a delicate and pretty woman outside the door, full of anxiety. Really Zhou Zhiqin's 3 sister, Zhou Zhishu. 3 sisters, what? Zhou Zhiqin saw Zhou Zhishu's face, hastily asked. I was chased. Both sister and 5th sister were taken away. Zhou Zhishu has cried out. Shenxiang hastily closed the door, and he has taken out the divine mirror of 6 paths. What happened? Are you not in the imperial palace? You should go to the imperial father. Zhou Zhiqin was also anxious and even shouted, Quickly, what is going on? Zhou Zhishu cried and said, As soon as we got out of the palace, we were trapped. The guys who attacked us were very strong. 4th sister and 5th sister dragged them and let me escape to come to you. I dare not go back to the palace, because imperial father has been under house arrest in the palace at this time. Can your 4th sister and 5th sister be caught back in the palace? Shenxiang slightly frowned, thinking about something. No, I saw them after they grabbed the 4th sister and the 5th sister, and they were hastily away from the imperial palace, Zhou Zhishu said quickly. Shenxiang feels that this is more or less because of him, so he now has to find a way to rescue Zhou Zhihua and Zhou Zi. They are inside, seal them inside. There was a loudly shout outside, and then a seal of strength came in. Only a translucent red mask was pressed down to cover the house. Yes, is the voice of Prince. Zhou Zhiqin frowned. 2 Prince is the son of the queen. How could he appear here? Shenxiang's face is dignified. He can be sure that in this world-defying Soul River 5th layer, people here are very advanced in the research of the formation barrier. Before he saw the night solitary wolf in the 3rd layer, he mastered Dao creation spell. At this time, the sealed barrier has a strength of Dao creation spell. This Dao creation spell is still heavier. Boom! After the barrier appeared, the wall of the big house suddenly collapsed and was shocked by a strong pressure. I saw more than a dozen people outside the wall. 2 Prince, what are you doing? Zhou Zhiqin coldly shouted. This guy is the person who was in the Saint Trust shop on that day, named Shenxiang. The 2nd Prince wore a pair of luxurious gold clothes and wore a golden crown. The whole person looked very proud. It's the top 10 emperor. Zhou Zhiqi said, but the more powerful world-defying sacred realm late stage. Great, let's catch you just to find out this guy. 2 Prince laughed. Remove the barrier. I have to personally grab this guy. The National will definitely praise me. Then you have to be strong. You are a world-defying sacred realm late stage, but you look like a weak chicken, and you want to be praised by others like a child so childish. I don't bother to play with you like this waste. Shenxiang calmly, as long as he is not the peak of world-defying sacred realm. He is not afraid. What are you talking about? 2 Prince did not expect anyone to dare to marry him. You are a weak chicken, a waste, incompetent guy, and you just dare to suck. You, and be like a dog to the back of a big tree. If there is no Queen's abbot behind you, you are just a rubbish. Shenxiang has increased his anger. Hey, here 2 Prince. Even Zhou Zhiqin, their 3 sisters are stunned. They know the status of Prince, because Crown Prince is dead, and the 2nd Prince is the son of the Queen, and also won the favor of the Nationals. In the future, this heaven's proud emperor palace, but 2 of Prince's. 2nd, Prince was already angry like a mad cow. He took out a long knife and rushed up at the moment the seal was withdrawn. He smashed hundreds of knives against Shenxiang. 2nd, Prince was already angry like a mad cow. He took out a long knife and rushed up at the moment the seal was withdrawn. He smashed hundreds of knives against Shenxiang. Shenxiang is only the world-defying sacred realm middle stage, but I don't know how. The 200 unsuccessfully of the 2 princes are unexpectedly in the absence of Xinxiang. Xinxiang's avoidance is very fast, faster than the two princes' knife. The 10 emperors have also been shot, and they have rushed over to surround Zhou Ziqin. When they want to fight, Qin Shuang, Su Maiyao by Yu Long Shui, and 3 poisonous monkeys immediately from Hidden Jade Villa run inside. The strength of the 10 emperors was quite horrible. Zhou Ziqin's 3 sisters thought they were unbeatable, but the women who appeared and suddenly helped them stop several emperors and let them suddenly lose pressure. "I am coming." Feng Kuo, who was retreating, felt the crisis outside and immediately ran out. Although she seemed to be a little girl, she used a strong seal, and she realized a little bit. Tao creation spell, coupled with her mysterious, terrifying golden needle, her overall strength is not weak. The 3 poisonous monkeys are also very terrifying. They use the anti-strength stealth and use the poison to attack in the chaos. At this time, there are 3 imperial guards which have fallen to the ground. Second, Prince was anxious. He didn't expect to have so many people coming out, but Xinxiang was only world-defying Sacred Realm middle stage. But it was harder to deal with than 2 world-defying Sacred Realm late stages. Say you are a waste. You still don't believe it. Now you see it too. You guys in a world-defying Sacred Realm late stage. Even the clothes of my middle stage can't be touched. What is your guy still alive? Meaning, if I am yours, I will commit suicide immediately. Xinxiang said with a smile, which makes the 2 princes angry in the fire. You will only talk about it. You are a jerk. There is a kind of backhand. You are always dodging, because you can't hit me, so you don't shoot. Humph, humph, you better not. I was cut. Otherwise the knife in my hand will definitely split you in half. My knife is made from Tao creation Saint Stone. When Prince was angry, he also used words to counterattack. Is your knife really strong? Xinxiang laughed, took out the divine mirror of 6 paths, and grabbed the edge of the divine mirror of 6 paths, like holding a round plate and taking the knife that was cut over. Jingle! The knife that had been smashed was slashed on the divine mirror of 6 paths that was tapped, and the blade actually collapsed into a hole. 2 princes stunned. His knife was refining Tao creation Saint Stone. He once cut off a lot of divine tools refining with Crystal Emperor, but now he slashed Xinxiang's divine mirror of 6 paths and actually collapsed a hole. See no, your knife is like you, it's rubbish. H. Plus, Xinxiang made divine mirror of 6 paths bigger at the moment of Prince's hair and slammed it on the shoulders of Prince. It was broken, and divine mirror of 6 paths broke through the power of Tao creation spell and slammed into Prince's body. Ah! 2 princes screamed, squirting a huge portion of blood in his mouth, and he fell on the ground. Xinxiang throws the 2nd prince into Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove and then kicks it to Sima Yao. Divine Mirror of 6 paths shoots at an Imperial Guard, bursting with a fire of fire. Violent flames through Divine Mirror of 6, the Mirror of the Paths, rushed out and broke into the body of the Emperor, instantly burning it into fly ash. These women were only reluctant to deal with these emperors, and after Xinxiang joined, they tweeted Divine Mirror of 6 paths and shot them into a fly ash. Su Maiyao didn't suffer any injuries. They went into the Hidden Jade Villa to rest. Their cultivation base was limited, and they could spend a small moment with the world-defying Sacred Realm late stage, which was very expensive for them. It's okay. Zhou Ziqin hasn't recovered yet. She just paid a little attention to Xinxiang. The 2nd prince has been seriously injured by Xinxiang. What happened to those women just now? Zhou Ziqi, of course, they saw the beautiful women. Although the cultivation base is not high, they have a lot of fighting skills and rich combat experience. My woman, Xinxiang indifferently said. Okay, save your 2 younger sisters now. Zhou Ziqin, they were secretly surprised, suddenly understood that Xinxiang had not been tempted by them before. Actually, she already had such beautiful women. I am not your woman. Qin Shuang was lightly snorted in Hidden Jade Villa. Xinxiang looked at the two princes in Heaven Creation, Cauldron Stove. Although the cultivation base is good, but the usual battles, they're all soft eggs and rarely experienced actual combat. Always thought to rely on powerful divine, the tool is capable of pressing others. But this time he met Xin Xiang. Shen Xiang not only has a variety of powerful divine tool, but also has a lot of combat experience. He can beat him in a few moments. It is imperative that the three sisters be taken away from here, and Xin Xiang let them change appearance, then take them to the small and away from the bustling area. After Bai Yu used the grasping soul devil curse for the second prince, he already knew where the two sisters were locked and unexpectedly was in the Xingxin store. The Xingxin store has been repaired at this time, and the underground of the Xingxin store is a large underground palace, and those alchemists are all under the alchemy. The underground palace is not easy to enter. The people here are very proficient in the barrier seal. There are several strong barriers under the underground palace. Even if you use SPAC time power, I am afraid it is difficult to penetrate. Bai Yu said, "It seems to be hard." Xin Xiang said, "We have two princes in our hands. I don't know if I can use them to hand them over." "If you can, it's best." Bai Yu said, "The Guizhang is still in the imperial palace. The guru seems to have Heaven's proud Ji. D Emperor to do something with him, but Heaven's proud Ji. D Emperor refuses, so he is under house arrest. If the national governor does not restrict Heaven's proud Ji, D Emperor in the imperial palace, then the power of the national governor will certainly be disintegrated by Heaven's proud Ji. D Emperor." This is the message from the memory of Bai Yu Two Prince. "They came to catch you, just to bring me out." Xin Xiang said, "This is what I caused, so I will save them. You don't have to worry." Zhou Ziqi nodded, and Xin Xiang's strength they had already seen. "Your strength is not weak. When you face the enemy, you don't lose your courage. That's all right." Shen Xiang said at least 3 of them could resist 5 or 6 emperors before if only 3 emperors went to each other. They will definitely be easily slain by them. "Do you know where the younger sister is being held?" Zhou Ziqi asked. "At the Saint Trust store, we take a break, prepare well, and then set off," said Xin Xiang. At the time of the break, Shen Xiang released Time Domain, then took out more than a dozen crystal emperors and smelted Tao creation spell, which released the violent strength. Shen Xiang refines the crystal emperor, but can kill the world-defying sacred realm late stage. Although his crystal emperor is very easy to get, he doesn't want to waste. Shen Xiang refines the crystal emperor, but can kill the world-defying sacred realm late stage. Although his crystal emperor is very easy to get, he doesn't want to waste. I don't know if alchemist knows how to refine pill spirit. Shen Xiang has always wondered about this. He asked Bai Yu to see if he had learned about it from the memory of Prince. You shouldn't understand. These 2 princes know very well about Proud Pill Palace in the Imperial Palace. They often get in and out and have seen a lot of alchemist and good Dan, but they haven't seen any pill spirit, Bai Yu said. So If wanted to pretend to be the second prince to go to the Saint Trust shop. Xin Xiang wants to listen to Bai Yu's opinion, because she devour the memory of Prince. It's best not to. This guy is not pretending to be a fake, and there is an expert in the Xingxin store now. If it is discovered, it is very dangerous, Bai Yu said. After the break, Xin Xiang and Zhou Ziqin, their 3 sisters, sat in a car and sailed to the Xingxin store. "I will take 2 princes to marry them and exchange them with your 2 younger sisters," Xin Xiang said. "They will definitely agree when they arrive." Bai Yu learned from the memory of Prince too that although the second prince is more arrogant, the national governor and the queen are very good-looking. If he inherits the emperor in the future, then the queen and the national man must be in power behind. 2 princes are trained by them and will definitely be obediently obedient. When I came to the door of the Saint Letters store, it has been restored to its actual state, but it has become very calm because many people no longer believe in these pill stores. Xin Xiang and Zhou Ziqin did not have a change appearance, so they appeared directly at the door of the Xingxin store. The location of the Xingxin store was originally a very prosperous stage, and some Sing people immediately recognized it after seeing Xinxiang. Soon, many Sursby stopped to watch in the distance. They did not dare to approach, because it is obvious that there will be conflicts. Last time, many people saw the power of the explosion crystal emperor of Xinxiang, directly bursting multiple expert of world-defying sacred realm late stage. Xinxiang and Zhou Ziqi, their appearance, also surprised people in the Xingxin shop. Zhao boss has recovered almost under the maw. SS of pills. He saw Xinxiang and suddenly angered and rushed over. Prince is in my hands. Xinxiang's words directly stopped Zhao boss. Of course, he knew that Prince had to arrest Zhou Ziqi, and he also went with the 10 strong emperors, which will definitely succeed. But now Xinxiang and Zhou Ziqi can appear here, and the second prince has no news, although there is news that Heavenly Sound Villa is exploding great war, but no body is on the scene. So Zhao boss did not know the specific situation, but they felt that they were mostly successful. Xinxiang saw Zhao's boss not believe, immediately dragged the second prince out of Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove, and then fanned 2 princes in front of Zhao's boss. Zhao boss, save me. After the mother, he is also in the store. Let her come out to save me. She is the peak of world-defying sacred realm. She must be able to kill this mix. When Prince did not finish speaking, he was beaten by Xinxiang and his face was smashed. What made Prince's heart collapse was that after Xinxiang disfigured his face, he touched a liquid medicine and quickly restored his face so that he could continue to fan it next time. Xinxiang put the second prince back into Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove and said to the angry boss Zhao, "Hand over Zhou Zhihua, and Zhouzi, I will return the 2 prince to you. I will only give you half an hour." Zhao boss hastily turned back to the store. It should be to find the queen here. Soon, boss Zhao followed, a purple-haired middle-aged woman with a white gauze. When the middle-aged woman came out, she looked at Xinxiang with a sinister look. Xinxiang has never seen such a sinister and full of hostility, and it still comes from a woman, which makes him shudder. This palace can promise you to return the 2 gimmicks to you, but you must ensure that the cultivation base of the emperor is not affected. Heaven's proud empress said, then swept as Zhou Ziqi. They looked at the 3 women and saw them. They are very afraid of this woman. Yes, you can let them out now. You have to put people out first. Xinxiang said, your baby son is only suffering from some flesh and blood, and the foundation is not affected. After all, Prince is the one who has to take over from work, and the strength cannot be too weak. Otherwise, he will not be able to get on the table. Good. Heaven's proud empress turned and left. Zhou Ziqi bit his lip and said, I really fell into the hands of the queen. They must have suffered a lot. What do you mean? Xinxiang asked with a frown. Zhou Ziqi and Zhou Zhishu both cried out, showing that they were very clear about the queen's means. Xinxiang now understands and comforts. Everything will SS. After this incident, you will go to your mother and stop staying in the imperial palace. Zhou Ziqi, they all nodded. Their faces were full of pain, and they were very certain that the 2 younger sisters who had been taken away would suffer. Heaven's proud empress and Zhao boss came out and saw the 2 black women behind them swaying out. Zhou Ziqi had burst into tears. Both Zhou Zhihua and Zhou Zi had broken their arms. Their faces were bruised and sullen, and as Zhou Ziqi expected, they had been tortured by the queen. Seeing them, Xinxiang's fist suddenly sounded giggle. Heaven's proud empress is a gloomy and cold smile, and seems to see the reaction of Xinxiang and Zhou Ziqi, making her very happy. It's really 2 strong gimmicks. I don't want to tell me anything. It's useless to keep it. Heaven's proud empress sneered. Push hard, let Zhou Zhihua and Zhou Zi pass. Xinxiang quickly rushed over and held them back, then brought them back to Zhou Ziqi. Zhou Ziqi embraced together and burst into tears. Zhou Zhihua and Zhou Zi knew that Shenxiang came from the third layer world, defying Soul River, and knew the mysterious teleportation formation. But they didn't say anything. They endured great pain in order to keep the secret. Shenxiang thought of this. There was a roar of raging dragons in her heart, and the sleeping six beasts instantly awakened. Unexpectedly not merged directly into divine mirror of six paths, turned into a raging scarlet fire divine dragon, and divine sea crazy roar among them. Wait a minute. You enter my divine sea world. Shenxiang gave Zhou Ziqin their sound transmission, the low tone like a behemoth that suppresses endless anger. Zhou Ziqin, they can only agree that they don't know what Shenxiang is going to do, but Shenxiang's anger seems to have washed away their inner grief. They can feel it. Shenxiang will definitely help them get back. It's up to you. Hand over my emperor. Heaven's proud Empress Haughty sneered, although she saw Shenxiang in anger, but did not know that Shenxiang's inner scarlet fire divine dragon was about to be suppressed. Shenxiang divine, see the world's scarlet fire divine dragon, is constantly erupting, and it seems that it will get rid of Shenxiang's control. Shenxiang divine, see the world's scarlet fire divine dragon, is constantly erupting, and it seems that it will get rid of Shenxiang's control. Feeling the anger of scarlet fire divine dragon, Shenxiang now fully understands that scarlet fire divine dragon has already merged with him, and he has some concerns that scarlet fire divine dragon will lose control and will be with his divine sea world. Disengaged, but now he is relieved. Scarlet fire divine dragon is now the equivalent of his other Tao spirit soul, the anger, killing, evil, and violent in his soul. If one day he can't suppress it, he will lose control. Shenxiang put the second prince out, and the second prince looked awkward at the moment. When he saw Heaven's proud empress, he was refreshed and shouted, "Mother, save me!" Shenxiang, let's put people down. Heaven's proud empress was very angry before seeing Shenxiang, but now calmed down. Shenxiang's calmness seems to be the silence before the storm and rain. I sent you in the past. Shenxiang indifferently said. His voice fell. Only the arm suddenly rose. A violent, turbulent force came out. The ground has a slight shock. Shenxiang took a shot on the back of the second prince and flew the second prince out. Hurry up to catch him. Heaven's proud empress hastily shouted. Shenxiang, the palm of the hand, was very strange. It looked like it used a very powerful strength, but the second prince flew in the air. Zhao Boss hastily jumped up and caught the second prince. However, just as he caught the second prince, a turbulent force suddenly broke out from the body of the second prince. Boom! AMUF fled sound. The second prince's body suddenly swelled, turned into a blood mist. Just now, Shenxiang broke the violent mantra into the second prince's body, so it seems that he used a big strength, but did not let the second prince react immediately. After Zhao's boss relied on the second prince, Shenxiang controlled the bursting of the energy-enhanced detonation spell. It was the power of world-defying that was combined with Shenxiang and the Shenchong. Terrifying. The people watching in the distance witnessed all this. Heaven's proud emperor palace aloof and remote's two prince unexpectedly turned into a burst of mist, and it was killed in front of Heaven's proud empress. Everyone can't believe their eyes, and some people dare to kill one of the two princes. Zhou Ziqin, their 5 sisters, saw the most clearly, and they did not expect it. You are advanced. Shenxiang immediately put Zhou Ziqi and their 5 daughters into Hidden Jade Villa. Boss Zhao's face was full of blood at this time. Normally, he saw that both princes needed to nod their heads, but they just burst out. This sudden change. Even if he was experienced, he was scared. Zhao boss, if you can't destroy him today, you will go to die with him. Heaven's proud empress trembled with anger, and the low voice seemed to roar. Boss screamed and took out a long sword. His body burst into a pale golden light, and a protective armor appeared. Since the last time Shenxiang used the Crystal Emperor to blow up, he became very cautious and now released a divine armor, which protects his body and allows him to resist a stronger attack. Boss Zhao is only the world-defying sacred realm late-stage peak. Although there is still a little distance from the world-defying sacred realm, it is far less powerful than the world-defying sacred realm. At this time, Xin Xiang, after the awakening of Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon, his body of Saint World defying has been greatly improved. Directly let him break through the world-defying sacred realm middle stage. Step into the late stage. Xin Xiang called 9 Firmaments Divine Sword, and 9 Firmaments Divine Sword was shaking constantly. Zhao's boss was in the distance. Sword Qi was like a dense cloud, and the black sword Qi for a moment. Xin Xiang was covered, and the lightning of Hong Long Long broke out. People who are watching in the distance have already fled. Otherwise, they will be affected now. You dog, this is the only thing. Xin Xiang screamed. The body of the Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon stunned. Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon did not appear. But Xin Xiang's roar was like a dragon roaring, that the building where the sound waves shook all around was swaying. The black sword Qi wrapped in Xin Xiang's was also disappeared, and the 9 Firmaments Divine Sword in Xin Xiang's hands has changed dramatically. The hilt has become bronze, and the sword blade has become mirror-like. Xin Xiang just now. Let Divine Mirror of 6 paths and 9 firmaments, Divine Sword merge into one. Divine Mirror of 6 paths, after adding a lot of precious materials to the 9 Firmaments Divine Sword. 9 Firmaments Divine Sword has become stronger. Seeing the explosion of Xin Xiang, Zhao Boss felt very bad, but Heaven's proud Empress looked around. How can he back down? You are just a bluffing guy. You last detonated the Crystal Emperor engraved into Tao Creation's spell. Don't think that I don't know your tricks. You are just a weak person who relies on Crystal Emperor. Appeared on the side of Xin Xiang. The sharp long sword in his hand was like a shocking-like slam. That sword force is really terrifying. When the sword is being waved, the earth has been shocked by sword force, shaking open. The world is whistling and flash. Plussing is thunder cry. Winning is strong. You are a dead person. What qualification is it to call others weak? Xin Xiang faced the pressure brought by the sword force. The body is very flexible. The sword is lightning fast. Talking between his sword, it has already cut off Zhao's seemingly great divine sword. Zhao's divine sword was cut off, and his soul was linked to divine sword. At this time, it was like a sudden tear, and the pain made him a headache. Zhao Boss's divine sword is refining with Tao Creation Saint Stone. It was so cut off. This is what Xin Xiang's guy is coming to. In the face of Heaven's proud Empress, he killed 2 princes. Now he fights with Zhao Bo, and even a sword destroys Zhao's precious divine sword. A few old men in the distance have been amazed. They have some understanding of Zhao. Zhao Boss also did not expect that divine sword, which he was proud of, was so broken by Xin Xiang. Death! Xin Xiang continued to swing the sword. Shwa shwa shwas 3 swords in one go, and Zhao Boss across the 3rd stage. After Zhao Boss' divine sword was destroyed, unexpectedly was immediately smashed into 3. Boss Zhao clearly wears a very precious divine armor, but now it looks like a paper paste. When Xin Xiang is a sword, it is very smooth, and the divine armor has no effect at all. Hey! Xin Xiang Sang coldly snorted, condensing the detonation and the power of Tao Creation's spell of violent fire, and slammed into Zhao's boss. Queen, save! Zhao Boss screamed in despair and fear, but the force of Xin Xiang's thunder fire has already rolled in. Cruce! Plussing it into fly ash, with a wave of air dissipating in all directions. Heaven's proud Empress looked at Xin Xiang. Her body trembled. No one dared to be so arrogant in front of her, like angering her son, and then killing her under the means of thunder. This is simply lawless. Xin Xiang looked at Heaven's proud Empress calmly. As if he was an okay person, he said indifferently, "A dog and a waste of death can make you so angry it is really fun. Since you care about them, then I will send you to accompany them." Shen Xiang looked at Heaven's proud empress calmly. As if he was an okay person, he said indifferently, "A dog and a waste of death can make you so angry it is really fun. Since you care about them, then I will send you to accompany them. Manic, I let you know what is fear." Heaven's proud empress screamed coldly, and the ground suddenly split open, popping up a black giant. The giant python is a black energy, and the energy of the peak of world-defying sacred realm is very terrifying. After these black pythons appear, they are like crazy and they rush toward Xinxiang. This kind of rubbish, dare to impudent in front of me. Xinxiang eyes a golden light flash, suddenly dragon roar bursts. A few golden dragon flew out of the body, Russ. H.I. plus ing to the flying black giant python. Golden dragon roared, dragon power was vast. Just a few days of golden dragon roaring, and the black giants that swarmed over the sky were all wiped out in an instant. Heaven's proud empress saw the golden dragon, and the gloomy and cold scorpions showed a dignified color and shrank slightly. "In this case, I am going to destroy you." Heaven's proud empress hand-held divine sword, rushed directly and danced to partic. 1. P8, a black sword chi with long sword waving, turned into a black light, instantly fell on Xinxiang. Hong, hong, hong. Heaven's proud empress's sword chi is too fast, almost shuttle S. P.A. C to the general, let Xinxiang judge the mistakes. Sword chi exploded in Xinxiang's body, which made him feel a lot of pain in his body, and he was also bombed and retreat. Heaven's proud empress, which had been flying over, was suddenly vanish from sight. When Xinxiang catch went to her trail, he knew that he came to his side, followed by a dense black sword chi. A vicious black giant scorpion flew in an instant, and a burst of explosives made his arm numb and seemed to be torn. This woman used S.P.A.C. power. Xinxiang was very positive, but Heaven's proud empress did not reveal the volatility of S.P.A.C., and he did not know how Heaven's proud empress did it. Heaven's proud empress is the pinnacle of world-defying sacred realm, and the use of S.P.A.C. power is handy. It is much more skilled than Xinxiang. Now it can attack from all directions, and the stock sword chi is instantaneous and direct. The shuttle S.P.A.C. hits his body. At this time he all around is a violent sword chi explosion. He did not dare to use S.P.A.C. power if Heaven's proud empress knows that he uses S.P.A.C. power will definitely crush him on this. World-defying sacred realm is really terrifying. Xinxiang controls the scarlet fire divine dragon into his body. There are layers of fiery red dragon scales on his skin surface, which can reduce the amount of sword chi that caused him hurt. At this time, scarlet fire divine dragon has poured into Xinxiang's body. Xinxiang's fleshly body is extremely powerful. At this time, it is also integrated into a saint world-defying dragon. The sword chi of Heaven's proud empress does not cause much damage to him. Heaven's proud empress hides in S.P.A.C. round-trip teleport, constantly attacking Xinxiang from all directions. She did not expect Xinxiang's defense to be terrifying. The body did not have a divine armor, but it resisted her long-term sword chi attack. People in the distance, seeing Xinxiang standing in the ground and letting Heaven's proud empress attack, I was already shocked. But now they suddenly feel a very terrifying slaughter chi from Xinxiang's body, like the same gust of wind scratch to the square. Such a murderous aura, turned into a rolling black cloud, enveloped over the entire city. Slaughter chi in the air is full of temper, as if mourning as countless undead. Why is this guy so terrifying of slaughter chi? Too terrifying, I can't breathe. Look at the sky, what is that? Everyone looked up and saw that the dark clouds that originally covered the sky were unexpectedly gathering. They had gradually condensed into a black giant dragon head. The dragon head was like a giant mountain suspended in the air. The two red eyes were full of evil brutality. Heaven's proud empress has been hiding in the SPAC to attack Xinxiang. She does not seem to sense the outside changes, and when she notices that it is wrong, there is a black super dragon in the air. Slaughtering evil dragon. Xinxiang looked at the black dragon in the sky. He also had something in his mind. This is the slaughter chi released by Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon. Because slaughter chi is too rich, it also becomes a dragon. This is the evil incarnation of Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon. Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon is a fusion of 6 beasts, and the 6 beasts have been with Xinxiang for many years, fighting countless, killing for many years. The movement is so big it's quick and fast. Bai Yuyu was shocked by the potential strength of Xinxiang. Xinxiang's body seems to contain infinite strength, and the explosion only needs an opportunity. Xinxiang felt that she was connected to the sky's slaughtering evil dragon. As his mind moved, the slaughtering evil dragon in the air screamed with a deep change and then slammed into the ground. When slaughtering evil dragon came down, the violent killing of the storm made Heaven's proud empress feel scared. She immediately teleported away from Xinxiang. "Hey!" Slaughtering evil dragon roared and hit the ground, drowning Xinxiang. Just a few short-eyed, this killing evil dragon was vanished from sight, turned into a black chi mist. Chi mist suddenly surged into the middle and entered Xinxiang. After chi mist dissipated, I saw Xinxiang wearing a dragon scales black armor. Between the gaps of the armor, a black flame was ejected, and the killing momentum continued to overflow. Xinxiang's eyes is red. At this time, he only feels the power of endless killing in his body. If he does not vent, he will be very uncomfortable. Heaven's proud empress really can't understand what the person is in front of him. It has changed several times, and every change is terrifying. How about that? I am the peak of world-defying sacred realm. Heaven's proud empress is cold and slumber, hidden in the SPAC, and hits a long-awaited sword chi against Xinxiang. This black sword chi came in like a huge black chi energy erupting from the black heavenly pit, forming a huge wave of 1,000 feet and slamming down. Xinxiang's divine sword sword blade, is the divine mirror of 6 paths. He swept the big waves and bounced this sword chi back. When the rebound, let this sword chi improved. Sword chi, who had turned into a huge wave, saw Xinxiang devour. After knowing that Xinxiang's sword was swept out, the sword chi giant wave immediately rebounded, and the original road turned back and the mighty swept away. Under the stunned Heaven's proud empress, the teleport immediately evaded, and after she avoided it, the waves were still Russ. Plussing forward, there is the Heaven's proud emperor palace. What the L is this guy. Heaven's proud empress recalled that if she didn't avoid it, I'm afraid it was seriously injured. Just as she was shocked, she found something close, and then only felt a pain in her hair. Her hair was caught. Heaven's proud empress faced the kind of movement just now and lost her calmness for a time, causing her to reveal a bit of SPAC power. Xinxiang felt the SPAC fluctuation. Directly teleport to the SPAC, where Heaven's proud empress is located, and then forced open SPAC. Heaven's proud empress got caught. Heaven's proud empress faced the kind of movement just now and lost her calmness for a time, causing her to reveal a bit of SPAC power. Xinxiang felt the SPAC fluctuation. Directly teleport to the SPAC, where Heaven's proud empress is located, and then forced open SPAC. Heaven's proud empress got caught. If it weren't for his integration into the slaughtering evil dragon, I'm afraid he didn't have enough strength to urge such a strong SPAC power. After Heaven's proud empress felt the hair was pulled, the body suddenly burst into a black chi energy. Xinxiang's vigorous slap. the fan of the fan on the cheek of heaven's proud empress. The veil on her face was made into fly ash, and the white face of heaven's proud empress was also ruthlessly deformed by Xinxiang. Ah! Heaven's proud empress screamed wildly, and she aloof and remote, she was so slap in the face. People in the distance have also seen heaven's proud empress, who does not know the status of this heaven's proud emperor palace. Heaven's proud empress's father is the national master, is an alchemist powerful, even the heaven's proud G. Oh, the emperor have to look at the face of the man, the status of such a yen. Oh, Blee woman actually being so brutally beaten and still face. You don't really like to abuse people? Now I will abuse you. Shen Xiang finished. Palm condensed thunder fire shocks the power of the spell, and slammed his face to heaven's proud empress. Hong Long, heaven's proud empress, who is concentrating on strength counterattack. The strength of the body is broken by this slap. Her inner anger is humiliating to the extreme. She is the queen of heaven's proud emperor palace, the father of father, the husband is the emperor. She thinks it's just that I abused 2 gimmicks and unexpectedly caused Xinxiang to be so angry. Papa! Then Xinxiang's pets, fanning on the face of heaven's proud empress, made her face unrecognizable in a few moments. You know SPAC power too, that's great. Xinxiang sneered, grabbing the head of heaven's proud empress, running engulfing devil art. Devour heaven's proud empress, Saint Soul. Ah, heaven's proud empress felt very clearly that her most precious PAC Saint Soul was being torn down a little bit, just a little away from her divine C. Stop! There was a burst of anger in the far air, and a crush came. You are old, but it's useless. Shen Xianghaha laughed, then grabbed the head of heaven's proud empress, while devour her SPAC Saint Soul and cast a teleport away from it. The Guizhong brought several experts at the peak of world-defying sacred realm. Xinxiang is already forcing the potential of the body. It is already very difficult to win the heaven's proud empress, and then deal with several world-defying sacred realm peaks. It is even more difficult. Xinxiang quickly completed devour. He got the SPAC of Saint Soul from heaven's proud empress, and then he used a strong strength to break a thunder fire shock into the divine C of heaven's proud empress and completely destroy it. Xinxiang merged with the slaughtering evil dragon to fly in the sky, and soon opened the man of the nationals, and the body of heaven's proud empress was already on his way. When the Mandarin found the body of heaven's proud empress, he screamed in the sky. Heaven's proud empress did not die, but it was more painful than death. Her cultivation base was abolished, and the most precious SPAC Saint Soul was also Xinxiang devour. Heaven's proud empress endured great pain at this time. Although her heart was full of anger, she was more afraid and regret. She knew that all this happened because Xinxiang saw Zhou Zhihua and Zhou Zi being abused by her. It was because of Xinxiang's anger that the potential of Xinxiang was squeezed out and she was completely defeated. Xinxiang flew in the air, the dragon scales on the body, and the black armor dissipated a little. The slaughter Qi gradually introduced into the scarlet fire divine dragon. He didn't know when the slaughtering evil dragon would appear again. In short, this is not him. What can be controlled? Perhaps only extreme anger can wake slaughtering evil dragon. If it is true, he does not want any anger to irritate him, because that is not a good thing. Just like now, Zhou Zhihua and Zhou Zi are tortured by various tortures, which makes him so angry. Xinxiang hid in a mountain scene. This time he released his strength beyond his own, but it didn't have much impact on his body, only to make him feel tired. The last time he merged Tao creation spell with divine mirror of 6 paths, it was the most painful. This time he wanted to integrate his feelings of Tao creation spell into his body, but he couldn't do it. Like the fusion divine mirror of 6 paths, his strength will be more terrifying. Divine mirror of 6 paths has a complete Tao creation spell inside, and those Tao creation spells are arranged and merged. It can absorb my energy bursts in my body. Now, I own Tao creations spell very little, and very few can't do that at all. Xinxiang slightly took a deep breath. Let that devour S.P.A.C. Saint Soul and his own S.P.A.C. Saint Soul merge together, which can enhance his S.P.A.C. power. Xinxiang released Time Domain and accelerated its recovery. The next day, he returned to the peak, and he has already stepped into the world-defying Sacred Realm late stage, which is a strong presence here. Jiqin, where is your mother? I will take you to her, and you will follow her, that's all right. Don't go back to Heaven's proud Emperor Palace. Zhou, Jiqin, their 5 sisters, also know what Xinxiang did yesterday. They still feel shocked when they think back. The strength of Xinxiang actually defeated Heaven's proud Empress. Zhou Jiqin told Xinxiang where their mother was. Xinxiang immediately let the Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon into his body and then flew in the air. He is now using S.P.A.C. power to be more powerful, but it is also very expensive, not as fast as flying at high alt. 1. Tude. Zhou Jiqin, their mother, lives in a quiet valley and is said to have Zhou Jiqin's grandfather and grandmother. After Xinxiang saw the valley in the distance, he was relieved. He was worried that the National will find this place. However, just as he landed on the ground, he sensed 3 breaths coming out of the valley, only seeing an old man and an old woman in front, and behind it was a middle-aged woman. They are somewhat similar to Zhou Jiqi. Xinxiang hastily released Zhou Jiqin's 5 sisters, which allowed him to explain nothing. The middle-aged woman saw Zhou Jiqin, and they were 5, and immediately rushed over, and her eyes were full of tears. She seemed to know something. The old man, the grandfather of Zhou Jiqin, looked at Xinxiang with a dignified look. Young people, you shouldn't be so high-profile. You cultivate world-defying divine beast. And it's still a very strong dragon, right? Zhou Jiqin, after they heard it, they were very worried. They all knew their grandfather and never said anything. Xinxiang nodded. Senior, what is the consequences of this time? Zhou Jiqin's grandfather frowned and patted Xinxiang's shoulder and said, Young people, you have to hide. It is best to leave world-defying Soul River. Otherwise it will be dangerous to find them. Zhou Jiqin's grandfather frowned and patted Xinxiang's shoulder and said, Young people, you have to hide. It is best to leave world-defying Soul River. Otherwise it will be dangerous to find them. Why? Xinxiang can hear from the dignified tone of this old man that his situation is very dangerous at this time. There is an Imperial Dragon Palace in the Innocent. I don't know much about the Imperial Dragon Palace, but I know that the Imperial Dragon Palace once learned that there are others who have cultivated world-defying divine beast is a dragon. They I will immediately dispatch to find this person and deprive him of the dragon. Old man said, As for whether they will come to world-defying Soul River 5th layer now, I don't know. In short, you better hide. Mysterious forces from the land of Inno Path. That must be very powerful. And Xinxiang has already come here. He is impossible to go back. I know, I will be careful. You'd better change a place. Don't be found by the national man of Heaven's proud Emperor Palace. Xinxiang said he only had some worry in his heart, but he felt his hiding good ability. There should be nothing. Right, Senior? Have you heard of Gutong and a man named Sun Old Ancestor? Xinxiang asked. Zhou Jiqin's grandfather and grandmother shook their heads. They had not heard of it. Xinxiang, you are still back to the actual place. The Imperial Dragon Palace that the grandfather said must be very strong. Zhou Jiqin persuaded that the power of the land of the creation of the road, the strength does not need to be questioned. Well, you don't have to worry, I have plans. Xinxiang nodded. Tell me, I have a goodbye. Xinxiang rushed to Zhou Jiqin after saying goodbye to their 5 sisters. He didn't blend the strength of Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon to fly himself. Zhou Jiqin, the Imperial Dragon Palace, which the grandfather said must exist because Xinxiang thought of some things, that is, the dragon in the world-defying Soul River is very rare, He just saw Longzhu. The grandma Longzhu has said before that she has never seen any dragons on world-defying Sacred Realm or even Myriad Dao, and her former owners have been killed by powerful enemies. He suspects that the owner of Longzhu may have been attacked by the Imperial Dragon Palace. It seems that I have to be careful. Xinxiang is now not afraid of world-defying Sacred Realm. He stepped into the world-defying Sacred Realm late stage. He used Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and Tao Creation spell with Together. Let him always be comparable to the strength of world-defying Sacred Realm. Even if he encounters a strong world-defying Sacred Realm peak expert, he can retreat even if he can't win. Xinxiang returned to Tian'ao D City at this time. He was looking for clues from Gu Tong and Sun Old Ancestor, and only Heaven's Proud G. Oh, the Emperor had heard of them, so he wanted to see Heaven's Proud G. Oh, the Emperor. Xinxiang's previous troubles have been pa-s, said down as legend. Now the entire city is shrouded in a repressed atmosphere, because the man is very angry his daughter is abolished. His own, how can he not be angry when the plan is disrupted? Moreover, now he does not know where Xinxiang went. Of course, if he knows that Xinxiang has quietly returned to the city, he will certainly admire Xinxiang's, and he dared to come back. Inside Heaven's Proud Emperor Palace, a middle-aged, plain-aged, holding an ancient book, the little who touched his chin, looked seriously. This person was under house arrest, Heaven's Proud G. Oh, the Emperor Zhou Zhenyang! A charming, middle-aged woman walked into the study and stood behind Zhou Zhenyang, the woman who was previously abandoned by Xinxiang. The Emperor is dead. After Heaven's Proud Empress came in, the voice was dull and there was no sorrow. It just felt a little pity that she had no feelings for her son. I know. Zhou Zhenyang turned a page, faintly smiled. I am here, but I know everything outside. You, Heaven's Proud Empress expression. You actually laughed. Don't laugh. Don't you cry? Zhou Zhenyang still smiled and glanced at Heaven's Proud Empress. He is your son. Heaven's Proud Empress was furious. He is just your son. When he wants to marry me, I don't think of him as a son. If he dies, he will die. Anyway, I have 5 daughters. Zhou Zhenyang laughed. That is me. Real daughters, at least when I am with them. Don't worry about being counted by them. They don't need to try to figure them out. They can be very relaxed. Heaven's Proud Empress is full of trembles. She wants to smash something, but she has been abolished, and she only relies on a lot of pills to get her up in a short time. She wants to restore her strength in the future. I don't know when. Now you see me like this. You are happy. Heaven's Proud Empress Nas. H.I. Plussing Teeth said, they are called Xinxiang's little bee. A-S-T-A-R-D, I must know. Think of Xinxiang. Heaven's Proud Empress hate it. I am a little happy. You should thank him for not killing you. I think he can kill you. You want to know why he doesn't kill you? Zhou Zhenyang put down the ancient book. He learned about it. I have been thinking about this issue. Heaven's Proud Empress thought about it, frowning, and said, he wants me to live a painful life. I really can't live like this at the moment. It's better to die than to die. You have to know how terrifying he was at the time, but he didn't kill you. Zhou Zhenyang seems to want to understand. He thought about it. He could only think of Xinxiang. I don't want Heaven's Proud Empress to die too much. In short, he is finished. He will definitely alarm the Imperial Dragon Palace this time. And finally, he only has road to dead end. Heaven's Proud Empress said with a sneer, who makes him so high profile? Zhou Zhenyang continued to read the book and ignored the Heaven's Proud Empress. They didn't seem to have any feelings between them. Otherwise, they would not be as tea for tat as they are now. Heaven's Proud Empress gas humph out of the study, although it seems that Zhou Zhenyang was under house arrest. But she is very clear, if Zhou Zhenyang is serious, no one can sleep with him. It wasn't long before Heaven's Proud Empress went. Zhou Zhenyang suddenly frowned, indifferently said, who is here? Sneaky. I am Xinxiang, Heaven's Proud G. Oh, the Emperor Helo. Xinxiang appeared behind Zhou Zhenyang with a smile. Zhou Zhenyang hastily turned and touched the little Hu of the chin, blinked and looked at Xinxiang. He was very surprised in his heart. Xinxiang was smashed. Not only did he go away from Gao Fei, away from heaven's proud empire, but he still appeared in his study. "Are you just coming?" Zhou Zhenyang smiled and gestured to Xinxiang sitting in the big chair. Xinxiang sat down and squatted with a smile. "No, I followed the woman. Otherwise I don't know where you are." Zhou Zhenyang can't help but laugh out. If heaven's proud empress knows that his enemies are coming in behind her, he will be mad at blood. "You are such a funny young man, both strength and timidity." Zhou Zhenyang is full of appreciation, and he knows that Xinxiang was angry because Zhou Zhihua and Zhou Zi were abused by heaven's proud empress. It is for his daughter. "You are such a funny young man, both strength and timidity." Zhou Zhenyang is full of appreciation, and he knows that Xinxiang was angry because Zhou Zhihua and Zhou Zi were abused by heaven's proud empress. It is for his daughter. Xinxiang is only lightly smiled. "Then you should hear my conversation with her. Can you relieve my doubts? Why not kill her?" Zhou Zhenyang asked. "There are 3 reasons for this. First, I devour her S.P.A.C. Saint Soul. If she dies and the S.P.A.C. where my devour arrives, Saint Soul does not merge with me. The owner dies and the S.P.A.C. Saint Soul will dissipate. S.P.A.C. Saint Soul is very valuable. I don't want to lose." Zhou Zhenyang nodded, which makes sense. Sometimes he even has some S.P.A.C. for Saint Soul in heaven's proud empress. Second, because I think I will see you in the future. If I kill heaven's proud empress, I am worried that you have feelings with heaven's proud empress and will hate me. Zhou Zhenyang knew that Xinxiang had to ask him about Gu Tong and Sun Old Ancestor. Third, heaven's proud empress will be more alive than death, and you all think of it. Xinxiang laughed. "Wait a minute, I might go see her." "No, it's her breath." Zhou Zhenyang was a little unhappy in the heart. In front of him, this guy actually went in and out of his heaven's proud emperor palace. Like his own home, he came and went freely. He began to doubt whether the header of heaven's proud emperor palace was displayed. "Then you come here. Should you just ask Gu Tong and Sun Old Ancestor?" Zhou Zhenyang asked. "This is one of the things. There is one more thing. I hope that you can take care of Ji Qin and their sisters. I am worried that the National will find them." Xinxiang said, "This makes me very uneasy." "You don't have to worry about this. I have secretly sent people to protect them, not to mention that their grandparents are not vegetarian," Zhou Zhenyang said. "Then I will be relieved," Xinxiang said. "I don't know much about Gu Tong and Sun Old Ancestor. I only know that they are the top grandmasters of refiner and setup formation." Zhou Zhenyang said, "When I last saw them, I was still young, still the crown prince of heaven's proud emperor palace. I want to know where they have been staying for a long time. Is it here?" Xinxiang asked. "Not here, it is B.L.O.D. Why plain? That place is the blood mud that can swallow people. Once you step on it, you will be devoured. When I traveled that year, I met them nearby, then they entering the depths of the blood mud plain." Zhou Zhenyang sighed. "The place is really terrifying." "In what direction?" Xinxiang asked. Zhou Zhenyang took out a map and spread it to Xinxiang. Xinxiang quickly remembered the general direction. "Fell, I will go see it now," said Xinxiang. "You have to be careful, and you have to pay attention to the people of the Imperial Dragon Palace. This is a very terrifying force." Zhou Zhenyang said with dignity, then told Xinxiang about the situation of the Imperial Dragon Palace, and Zhou Ziqin said to his grandfather, "Almost. I know. It is not the first time someone has slandered him. Right, if you want to kill heaven's proud empress, please." Finally, Zhou Zhenyang said very ruthlessly that the things that heaven's proud empress has done have already made him feel killing. Xinxiang left the study and immediately went to another palace, the bedroom of heaven's proud empress, and Xinxiang changed to a heaven-devouring rat. It was dark, and Xinxiang quietly entered the palace of Heaven's proud empress. Although there were several people in the world defying sacred realm middle stage, they were as transparent in the eyes of Xinxiang. Xinxiang came to Heaven's proud empress's room very easily. Heaven's proud empress was very weak at this time. She slept very much while sleeping, not to mention her divine sea had been crashed by Xinxiang. The cultivation base was completely absent. Weak. Can't sense someone entering her room. Xinxiang took out the divine mirror of 6 paths and arranged a barrier to prevent the sound from coming out. He had to tease this Heaven's proud empress. Heaven's proud empress suddenly feels that something cold is playing with her jealous face, but she doesn't want to wake up because she is too sleepy. However, that thing has been touching her face, so she has to open her eyes. Heaven's proud empress opened her eyes and saw Xinxiang, who was making a face to her, scared her to scream. Ah, ah! Heaven's proud empress suddenly jumped out of bed, and even retreat, loud voice screamed, Come, come, come to your uncle. No one can hear you breaking your throat. Xinxiang laughed heartily. Unexpectedly is you, little bee, A-S-T-A-R-D. Heaven's proud empress saw Xinxiang, confirming that he was not a dream, more frustrated, more angry. She didn't expect Xinxiang to have been mixed into the Heaven's proud emperor palace. The Guizhong was still looking for Xinxiang everywhere. Whatever you are, anyway, I won't lose a piece of meat. You can't change me anymore. You can't change the fact that you are a waste. Haha. Xinxiang ruthlessly mocked Heaven's proud empress. The Heaven's proud empress grabbed the pillow and threw it at Xinxiang. You, what do you want? Are you coming to kill me? You give me a good time. I am not afraid of death. Heaven's proud empress voice, full of resentment. I want to kill you. You're dead when you come out of the study. Xinxiang snorted. And Heaven's proud G. Oh, D-Emperor doesn't mind if I kill you. Heaven's proud empress growls. Why don't you still fight? You kill me. Fast fight. Ah! Kill you. Aren't you convenient? Xinxiang gloomy and cold smiled. Heaven's proud empress is not afraid of death, but she is afraid of being tortured to death. So she only wants to be happy. Now she sees Xinxiang's expression. She is stunned and worried that Xinxiang will torture her. What do you want to do? Heaven's proud empress feared to the extreme and forced to calm down. I will give you a way to go, to protect you from torture, and I will not kill you. Xinxiang sat in a chair. He did not say anything to Zhou Xingyang before killing Heaven's proud empress. Reason. It is the method of Heaven's proud empress's use of S-P-A-C. This is definitely not realized by Heaven's proud empress. Heaven's proud empress can hide into the S-P-A-C. This trick makes Xinxiang feel very strange. At least Xinxiang can't do it now. Of what way? Heaven's proud empress asked. She was worried that Xinxiang would torture her. You use the secret method on S-P-A-C power. You just paw S. S this to me. I will let you go, Xinxiang said. Think of my S-P-A-C Saint Soul, Heaven's proud empress, resentful blood. I can't wait to rush to bite Xinxiang a few mouthfuls. I don't want to paw S. S it to you. I got this inheritance is also accidental, including the S-P-A-C Saint Soul. Later, Heaven's proud empress almost bite his teeth, showing how much she hated Xinxiang. Xinxiang released 3 poisonous monkeys, Yin said with a smile. That's embarrassed S.Sing. This is 3 poisonous monkeys, and the poison they release will not kill you immediately. Xinxiang released 3 poisonous monkeys, Yin said with a smile. That's Mbara. S-Sing. This is 3 poisonous monkeys, and the poison they release will not kill you immediately. I really don't have any secret method Pa S set onto you. It's all my own, inexplicable after I got into the S-P-A-C Saint Soul. Heaven's proud empress saw the claws of the 3 poisonous monkeys and was in a hurry. Yes. Xin Xiang flashed the poisonous monkey to Heaven's proud empress and surrounded Heaven's proud empress. It's true, I will never lie to you. Heaven's proud empress is afraid that she will die very hard. After all, she is also a beautiful person. Xin Xiang shook his head. It seems that you don't want to tell me. Slow, I can take you to the place where I got the inheritance in the B.L.O.O.D.Y plane. Heaven's proud empress hurriedly said, There is still inheritance there. I was weak and not deep. Shen Xiang made the poisonous monkey retreat, which is actually in the B.L.O.O.D.Y plane, which is exactly where he intends to go. The blood-mud plane is definitely very dangerous. The Heaven's proud empress may deliberately lie to him and want Xin Xiang to go with her. Xin Xiang also thought of this, but he felt that he was going to enter the B.L.O.O.D.Y plane and he planned to give it a try. I have a way to search for your memory, so you don't have to take me there, Xin Xiang said. Hey, my current strength is so low. I believe that when you don't find any memory, my soul is broken. You have to know how weak I am now. Do you think you control your strength? Heaven's proud empress said with a sneer. Shan Xiang, apparently Bai Yu came out to try it out, but Bai Yu couldn't guarantee success. The divine sea of Heaven's proud empress was shattered by Xin Xiang. It was really weak. It hasn't recovered yet. If you force it to search her, the soul will only lead to the breakdown of her soul, and ultimately nothing can be obtained. If it is a powerful soul, even if it is broken, there will be residual and still get the memory. But once the soul of Heaven's proud empress is broken, it will dissipate immediately. You don't want to play tricks. Even if you plan to go with me, I can make you die at the last minute. Shen Xiang said with a sneer. Then Heaven's proud empress seal in a room inside divine mirror of 6 paths. He felt that bringing Heaven's proud empress away, Heaven's proud empress would not urge the guru to find Zhou Ziqin, which would make them much safer. In this way, Shen Xiang went to the B.L.O.O.D.Y plane with a Heaven's proud empress that constantly cursed him. Heaven's proud empress is called He Feng Yuan, a very sinister woman, but now her vicious fangs are pulled out by Xin Xiang. Sydney, how do you know about the Imperial Dragon Palace? Xin Xiang gave He Feng Yuan sound transmission in divine mirror of 6 paths. Heaven's proud the emperor doesn't know much about it. The idiot certainly doesn't know. He Feng Yuan said with a sneer, I know more about the Imperial Dragon Palace than you. You are very dangerous now. You better stay away from the world-defying soul, river, to live longer. How much you know? Asked Xin Xiang. Imperial Dragon D in the Imperial Dragon Palace has more than 2 layers on the world-defying soul. There are 2 here. They are very strong. Even if I saw them in Father, they have to be respectful. Now you are troubled. Out of such a big thing, it also released a terrifying black dragon that will definitely find you, He Feng Yuan said. Not afraid, at most it is dead. Anyway, you can't live. Xin Xiang said with a smile, not worried at all. Oh, I am not as good as death now. If I can see you die, I am very happy. He Feng Yuan haha laughed. Do you think I will die so easily? After I devour your S.P.A.C. Saint Soul, my S.P.A.C. power has been enhanced a lot. It's really thanks. You are a beautiful queen, haha. Xin Xiang's He Feng Yuan's resentment. He Feng Yuan couldn't smile, and he was so trembled that he thought of one of his clothes as Xin Xiang. Now she finds that Xin Xiang has stirred her resentment from time to time, and it is also a torture for her. After all, Xin Xiang is her enemies, but she is being blamed by the enemy. She cannot revenge, but only swearing, very painful. The poisonous woman, what 2 Imperial Dragon D, can they find me? Shen Xiang asked again. He was a little worried about this. I don't know. In short, they are very powerful. Maybe there is a secret method. You should run faster when you get there. He Feng Yuan coldly snorted. I don't want to give you this B.A.S.T.A.R.D. You just said that watching me die will be very happy. Xin Xiang snorted. That was what I thought just now. He Feng Yuan angrily said, I was placed in this ghost place and I can't see you being killed. I can only be buried with you. Yes, you think so much. Xin Xiang said with a smile. He is also in the Divine Mirror of Six Paths, just in another room. Divine Mirror of Six Paths flies to the BL. ODY planes, and in this way, Xin Xiang feels safer. After flying for more than 10 days, Xin Xiang finally saw the ODY plane. Although he did not have the Divine Mirror of Six Paths, he could see the situation of all around. He immediately took He Feng Yuan from another room and said, Where are you getting the SPAC Saint Soul? Look carefully. He Feng Yuan saw Shan Xiang's face extremely angry, and saw Shan Xiang's room can see everything outside. Her heart secretly cursed Xin Xiang a few words, actually shut her in a closed room, let her very boring. The blood mud plane is very flat, and the whole piece is red. When you look closely, you can see that the blood mud plane is not strong, and like wet mud, sometimes there will be bubbles coming out, and stepping on it will definitely be trapped. On the plains, there will be some hills, and there are many mountains in the distance. The mountain that looks like a bull's head, Yu Pa said. He Feng Yuan pointed to the picture that appeared on the wall of the room. Xin Xiang immediately controlled the Divine Mirror of Six Paths and flew at a slower speed. This made He Feng Yuan secretly surprised. She always wondered Shen Xiang's, not only her own strength, but also the divine tool. Poisonous woman, have you heard of Gu Tong? A refiner? Shen Xiang suddenly asked, and he felt that this heaven's proud empress knew more than Zhou Jinyang, the heaven's proud Ji. The emperor. Of course I heard that. This is the top grandmaster of the refiner. It is very famous in the land of Inopath, but he was not born in the land of innocence, but from a very mysterious place. He came to world many years ago, defying Soul River fifth layer, and finally disappeared into the BLODY plane. I once suspected that the SPAC I got was Saint Soul, which was left by Gu Tong Grandmaster. He Feng Yuan knows more than Zhou Zhanyang, if that's the way it is. Xin Xiang stared at Ox Head Mountain in the distance to the BLODY plane, muttering to himself, Maybe I can find the teleportation formation very quickly. Shan Xiang's Divine Mirror of Six Paths flying on the muddy plain. If you are not flying, you can only use something like the instrument that can be suspended in the blood mud. Otherwise it is difficult to walk on the muddy plain. Xin Xiang's Divine Mirror of Six Paths flying on the muddy plain. If you are not flying, you can only use something like the instrument that can be suspended in the blood mud. Otherwise it is difficult to walk on the muddy plain. Even with the divine tool, it is still very dangerous on the muddy plain. It seems like something. Shen Xiang suddenly sensed a faint scent below, and he immediately controlled the Divine Mirror of Six Paths to accelerate and fly forward with the fastest speed. It wasn't long before the Divine Mirror of Six Paths flew forward. I saw a huge red shadow on the rear of the blood mud, and something jumped from below. It's Blood Devil Shark. He Feng Yuan was shocked, and his face was full of fear. It's a bit scary, said Xin Xiang. It's scary, it's terrible. Little B. A-S-T-A-R-D. You have to find a way to leave this area with the fastest speed. Do you know how terrifying it is? He Feng Yuan was very anxious and couldn't help but take a shot at Xin Xiang. She is very nervous. You didn't ask me to kill you before? This is why I am so afraid of death. Shen Xiang was beaten, but he relied on He Feng Yuan's present strength just to tickle him. Less nonsense, you don't want to die. Just do what I said. He Feng Yuan hated itchy teeth. I am too lazy to give you this little evil devil to bury. Shen Xiang can only use SPAC power now. Let the Divine Mirror of Six Paths teleport first stage distance. Then fly quickly and also use the inverse strength. Now should it be okay? Shan Xiang didn't understand why He Feng Yuan suddenly was so nervous. Blood Devil Shark is a squad. Just seeing one N means there is a group nearby, so I will let you run faster. You are really a bad luck. When you enter the BLOODY plane, you will encounter the most terrifying stuff. He Feng Yuan stared at the rock wall of the room, watching the movement outside the divine mirror of 6 paths. Shen Xiang disapproved and said, "What about that?" "My divine mirror of 6 paths is very powerful. Even if it is swallowed, it will be fine." "Then you are wrong." He Feng Yuan said with a sneer, "I am really ignorant and fearless. Do you really think that Blood Devil Shark is an ordinary soul beast? The adult Blood Devil Shark has lived for millions of years at the beginning. At this time, there are a lot of Tao Creation Saint Stone, and Blood Devil Shark is eating this kind of thing. If swallowed by Blood Devil Shark, even if you use SPAC power, you can't come out. Blood Devil Shark's body has an invisible barrier, can refining Tao Creation Saint Stone. Even if you use a lot of Tao Creation Saint Stone refining, for a long time, it will definitely be refining by Blood Devil Shark." Shen Xiang in one's heart trembled. If it is like He Feng Yuan, then this Blood Devil Shark is really terrifying. No wonder He Feng Yuan would be so scared. How many in the group of Blood Devil Shark? Shen Xiang asked again. "At least 1,000. I will never lie to you, but fortunately you have just responded quickly and can avoid it in time. Otherwise we are now in the belly of Blood Devil Shark." He Feng Yuan looked at the wall and suddenly pointed to a place, shouted, "Look here!" Shen Xiang immediately saw that there were many shark ridges on the surface of the muddy plain. There were many heads at the rear. Blood Devil Shark was catching up quickly. Although they were in the mud, they were very fast. These things are fast and not the most. Shen Xiang didn't worry at all. After all, these Blood Devil Sharks were all in the mud, and they were more or less helped, and he was flying, there was no resistance. He Feng Yuan saw Shen Xiang's appearance, and he was very anxious and took a strong shot of Shen Xiang. "Little B, ASTARD, you are serious. Blood Devil Shark is not just catching up, they have other means. These Blood Devil Shark are all guys who have lived for 1,000,000 years, and their strength has reached world-defying sacred realm. They don't say that they have lived in this BLOODY mud for so many years. They have been knitting things like the back of one's hand. They can control the blood mud here." He Feng Yuan just finished. Shen Xiang saw a large thick wall of blood muddled in front. His divine mirror of 6 paths has a limited flying height and cannot fly over the wall. "Look at all around." He Feng Yuan shouted. At this time, all these walls are thick and thick, which is the wall that Blood Devil Shark controls. "Can you fly over?" He Feng Yuan hastily asked. "It's already caught up, there's also in front. What is your refining of this thing? Let so many Blood Devil Sharks chase after it." Shen Xiang has used the anti-strength, but it is still being sensed. He now suspects that the Blood Devil Shark may have sensed the Tao Creation Saint Stone among the divine mirror of 6 paths, so he will follow it all the way. "This group of things is too small to look at me. I will handle it well." Shen Xiang immediately left Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and put Divine Mirror of 6 Paths together. When he went out, he had already let Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon merges with himself, then flies above the sky and easily walks through those high walls. Shen Xiang didn't use the strength of Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon before, just to avoid being touched by the people of Imperial Dragon Palace. He now feels safer after entering the BLOODY plane, and the Imperial Dragon Palace people will not be nearby. Blood Devil Shark are all eating Tao Creation Saint Stone? These guys should be strong. Shen Xiang thought secretly. He suddenly wanted to grab a Blood Devil Shark to see. When Shen Xiang had such a thought, he couldn't sit still. He took out a Tao Creation Saint Stone and exposed the Tao Creation Saint Stone. Soon, he sensed that a Blood Devil Shark was approaching. Only one end, great! Shen Xiang took out the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and let Divine Mirror of 6 Paths open a killing formation. The mirror released a ray of light and hit the Blood Devil Shark below. What surprised Shen Xiang was that the Blood Devil Shark was really amazing. The light that was just released from the killing formation was very powerful. The blood devil shark just got out of the blood. Just as blood devil shark came out, Xinxiang immediately released Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove, making Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove bigger and catching the blood devil shark to fall. After entering the Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove, blood devil shark struggled fiercely. Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove swayed wildly and seemed to be broken by blood devil shark at any time. Little Ku'er, try it with your needle. Can you kill this guy? Xinxiang told Feng Ku'er. Feng Ku'er enters Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove, controls her golden needle to fly out, and intersperses her back on the huge head of blood devil shark. Her golden needle is really powerful and can easily wear the layer of blood devil shark. Strange, stiff leather armor. After blood devil shark was killed by Feng Ku'er, Xinxiang placed it in a large S.P.A.C. in the divine mirror of six paths. Xinxiang came to rest on a hill and then entered a storage room in the divine mirror of six paths, looking at the more than 10-foot-old blood devil shark. He wanted He Feng Yuan to open his eyes. Poisonous woman, you saw it. This is the blood devil shark that you are afraid of dying. I was killed by it. Xinxiang said with a smile. He Feng Yuan saw blood devil shark, who was carrying a blood mist, saying that she would not speak. This is indeed something she was very afraid of, because she had met the blood devil shark group when she entered the BLOODY plane a long time ago. The time brought her an indelible shadow, which led her to still be very scared. He Feng Yuan saw blood devil shark, who was carrying a blood mist, saying that she would not speak. This is indeed something she was very afraid of, because she had met the blood devil shark group when she entered the BLOODY plane a long time ago. The time brought her an indelible shadow, which led her to still be very scared. But now, Xinxiang grabs a blood devil shark. Blood devil shark's biggest size is only that big, so this should be the oldest blood devil shark, says He Feng Yuan. Here, some soul beasts are bigger, like giant mountains. He Feng Yuan looks at Xinxiang. Little b, A-S-T-A-R-D, don't you know alchemy? The blood in blood devil shark is the best thing for alchemy. Since it is the oldest blood devil shark, it must have eaten a lot of Tao creation. Saint Stone, blood devil shark's blood of Saint Stone, is used for alchemy, which quickly strengthens its fleshly body. The old man of He Feng Yuan is alchemy, so she knows this. Leather armor, bones, tendons, it should be very good for refiner. He Feng Yuan coldly snorted. You guys shouldn't be able to refine this kind of thing. You can only hide it for a while. It's a waste. If it is more than alchemy, your dad may not be as good as me. Xinxiang, dissatisfied, and some people dared to question his alchemy technique. Why? My father is the first alchemist of heaven's proud empire. You are a hairy brat. Even if you are alchemy, you can't compare my father. He Feng Yuan can only have a sense of superiority from this. You shouldn't know how to refine pill spirit, Xinxiang said. What is pill spirit? Is it amazing? He Feng Yuan didn't think so. She didn't think Xinxiang was strong on alchemy when she hit the heart. You are so ignorant. You are still the first woman of alchemist. You are only knowing a fart. Xinxiang hee sneered. Can make pill spirit, but a strong great alchemist. Sometimes Xinxiang can understand. The world-defying soul river fifth layer is more powerful. But some of the methods in the alchemy technique are behind some of the weaker overall strength. Do you talk about it? He Feng Yuan laughed. You will only talk about it. If my cultivation base is not SCR, ped by your BAS-TARD, my Dan can be better than you. Not to know the immensity of heaven and earth. Xinxiang shook his head and told He Feng Yuan about the role of pill spirit. This is impossible. He Feng Yuan did not believe, only when Xinxiang was whimsical. How could I turn Dan into a human? And this pill spirit can still condense Dan. Xinxiang let Jiang Silly come out of Hidden Jade Villa, said with a smile, This is one of my two pill spirits. She can not only condense Dan, but also Crystal Emperor. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Pill spirit can already be ridiculous and can still condense Crystal Emperor. Lily, condense a Crystal Emperor to show her. Let this ignorant poison woman open her eyes. Xinxiang said, come to Blood Devil Shark, take a lot of blood, give it to Sumayao to try and see if refined into Dan. Jiang Silly sat on the ground, hands stacked together, palm up. I saw a golden mist of her palm. Poisonous woman, you have to be optimistic. Wait a minute. Don't say that I fool you. Xinxiang took Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove and put the blood essence of his Blood Devil Shark into Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove. He wants to try to make a good Dan. Xinxiang at Alchemy. Feng Yuan was also watching Jiang Silly. After half a day, she had already seen Jiang Silly's palms condense a small pale gold crystal. She can be sure that it is a Crystal Emperor. Just compare small, but already. How is this possible? Feng Yuan couldn't help but scream, and the girl in front of her could actually condense the Crystal Emperor. You know, the Crystal Emperor is very rare here. She can hardly imagine a girl can actually condense. Feng Yuan suddenly remembered that Xinxiang had used a number of explosive Crystal Emperors to attack Zhao Boss. Now she finally understands why Xinxiang is so deserving. You have no eyes, you can see it yourself, you can tell if it is true or not, Xinxiang said. Hey, what about a lot of Crystal Emperors? You will go to the innocent place in the future. In that place, Tao Creation Saint Stone is the most powerful. But you are going now. The Tao Creation Saint Stone above has long been gone. Feng Yuan tenderly snorted. My heart was full of embarrass. Sment! She really did not think that Xinxiang's mouth said that pill spirit is really there, not Xinxiang. Xinxiang also refines a Dan. Red splendor looks like a blood ruby, which is still not derived from the collision. It's easy to use Herb's alchemy. Xinxiang happily said with a smile. Don't look at my Dan, how about your refining? Feng Yuan saw that Xinxiang refines Dan very well, but she won't admit it. Well, I have to test it before I know it, Feng Yuan said, taking out a box that tested the quality of the pillars, which Xinxiang had seen before. What is the quality of your Danish refining Dan? Xinxiang asked. It's generally 500. Feng Yuan said, this is the standard for high-grade Saint World defying Dan. If it is low-grade, middle-grade Saint World defying Dan, he can certainly be taller. Then you said that this Dan is what ranks Saint World defying Dan. Xinxiang put the B-L-O-D-Y shark into the box and began to test the quality. The final result is 520, and the quality is not low. I have to eat before I know. Feng Yuan saw this beautiful blood shark and wanted to give it a try. How about eating for you? Can you still rely on eating this Dan to be strong? Xinxiang laughed. If you eat another 100 tablets, I can still beat you with one finger. Xinxiang's words made Feng Yuan very angry and glanced at him. Let's eat and eat. Xinxiang needs Feng Yuan's knowledge of the pillars. If he goes to the inaugural land in the future, he may be able to use it. Feng Yuan grabbed it from Xinxiang and closed his eyes to eat. Not long after, Feng Yuan took a deep breath, and the jade face was a little rosy. It can be seen that the effect of this Dan is very good, and it is very helpful for the reinforcement of fleshly body. It should be top-grade Saint World defying Dan. It has no small effect on my fleshly body. Feng Yuan said, she is the fleshly body of world defying sacred realm, so she has no use for her. She is very clear. Really? This is great. You are still a little used for this venom. Xinxiang decided to have time to refine some. Let the girl pill spirit evolve first. Xinxiang brought Feng Yuan back to the room where he could see it and saw the hill all around being Blood Devil Shark. This group of beasts. Xinxiang ran out immediately, took the divine mirror of 6 paths away, then flew into the sky and flew towards Ox Head Mountain in the distance. Xinxiang is pus.h.I, plussing the strength of Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon, which allows him to fly faster. He doesn't know why only these beasts can fly, like the previous Great Peng. Xinxiang is pus. H.I, plussing the strength of Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon, which allows him to fly faster. He doesn't know why only these beasts can fly, like the previous Great Peng. A few days of flight, Ox Head Mountain is getting closer and closer, just ahead. Spoken Woman, is there anything dangerous on Ox Head Mountain? Xinxiang asked, but he was invisible and landed on Ox Head Mountain. It's safer. The most dangerous thing in the BL. Oh, Odi, why plain is the various ancient beast hidden under the blood? He Feng Yuan coldly snorted and said, If you are afraid of death, don't go in. How can I be afraid of death? Xinxiang has entered Ox Head Mountain. He Feng Yuan didn't know how Xinxiang came to Ox Head Mountain so quickly, because the last time she came it took a long time, but Xinxiang was only a few days before and after. Hurry, and tell me where you have gained S.P.A.C., Xinxiang said. I will guide you to find a cave. Then you go to the depths of the cave. There is a stone room. That is where I got the inheritance. He Feng Yuan immediately told Xinxiang in detail. Ox Head Mountain is very big, but it is easy to find a cave, not to mention Xinxiang will fly. He will soon find a small cave. Only one person can walk in. This is the same as He Feng Yuan said. This can prove that He Feng Yuan has been here. When entering, Xinxiang was very careful because he believed He Feng Yuan. After all, the woman hated him very much. When I first entered, the road would be narrower, but it would be wider and wider later. He Feng Yuan said, When you go in, you should pay attention to it. Maybe there will be something hidden inside. I have not come for many years. I can't guarantee that it is still the same as before, lest you say that I am Yin. He Feng Yuan still had some concerns about what Xinxiang would encounter. When Xinxiang angered her and used her punishment, she would have to suffer some torture, which was not good for her. I know, you don't have to remind me. Xinxiang has now become a little mouse, and it is still invisible, which makes him safer. This Pa-S sage is very deep, and it is really S.P.A. Siasen back. Xinxiang did not encounter anything along the way. He has already come to the stone room that He Feng Yuan said. After coming to the stone room, Xinxiang took out a luminous stone to make its H.I. plus N.E. He looked at the walls of the stone room and found many Tao creation spells. These Tao creation spells are Tao creation spell of the 3rd level. It is S.P.A.C. spell. Xinxiang put He Feng Yuan out and said, Is it here? Yes, it's here. He Feng Yuan frowned and came to the rock wall, stroking Tao creation spell on the wall. Strange, these Tao creation spell are a little different. Not the same? Do you recognize Tao creation spell? Xinxiang surprisedly said, I didn't understand Tao creation spell, but I still remember there are some changes. He Feng Yuan frowned, then pointed to the other side of the rock wall and said, I came here before. I accidentally put it on the rock wall. Then the S.P.A.C. Saint Soul is with me. Xinxiang also walked over and put his hand on it. Just when his hand was just touching, the body could not help but tremble. The S.P.A.C. in his divine C, Saint Soul, also jumped. He Feng Yuan was also very surprised when she saw it. After so many years, it was still effective. She hesitantly walked over and pressed her hand on the rock wall, a strange and familiar feeling. Xinxiang didn't understand what was going on. At that moment, he suddenly knew how to use S.P.A.C. power. This is the inheritance of that moment. He looked at He Feng Yuan next to him and was shocked. He Feng Yuan was also accepting the inheritance. Soon, He Feng Yuan took his hand off the rock wall and flashed a glimmer of light in the eyes. What happened to you? Xinxiang hastily asked. You must be honest. I got the S.P.A.C. again, Saint Soul. He Feng Yuan said with a head up. What? You want to devour my S.P. AC Saint Soul not? Come. What is going on here? Is there a lot of S, P, AC in Saint Soul? Xin Xiang's S, P, AC Saint Soul has reached the limit. If devour, I am afraid it will cause other problems, and he will not dare to try. There are only two S, P, A, C, S in the room, Saint Soul. I just absorbed the last one. He Feng Yuan took another shot of the rock wall, and she felt incredible. It's all S, P, A, C spell, and it's also very good. Shen Xiang immediately took out the divine mirror of 6 paths and used the mirror to face these S, P, A, C spells using the maturity and stored them in the divine mirror of 6 paths. He Feng Yuan didn't expect Xin Xiang to actually devour her S, P, A, C Saint Soul. Although she got the S, P, A, C Saint Soul, her divine C has been severely damaged. The other Saint World defying souls she owned have also been hit hard. I don't know when I can recover. She is still a waste. B, A, S, T, A, R, D. He Feng Yuan was angry and couldn't help but scream. Okay, you have now helped me get the secret method using S, P, A, C power. I will let you go. Xin Xiang said with a smile. You want to go? You can't leave me here. Send me back. He Feng Yuan now only has the fleshly body of world-defying sacred realm. But it is very weak here, and the bird here is not smashed. She stays here will be crazy. I don't plan to go back now. Xin Xiang said, I want to continue to find something here. I have not said before I want to send you back. You evil devil, what do you want? He Feng Yuan was anxious. She didn't want to follow Xin Xiang. It only made her angry. I may not go. In the B-L-O-O-D-Y plane, there should be a teleportation formation. After I find it, I will open the teleportation formation and leave. Xin Xiang said, If you don't mind, you can go with me. I am too lazy to run around with you. But you are the guy who is eyeing the Imperial Dragon Palace. You will have trouble sooner or later. He Feng Yuan coldly snorted, a sigh of relief. Just as she was struggling, she stepped on a stone, and the stone fell deep. Immediately after the stone collapsed, a ray of light appeared on the rock wall. Actually, there is mechanic here too. Xin Xiang was pleasantly surprised, said with a smile, If wanted to go in with me? I want to get inside that thing. He Feng Yuan pointed to divine mirror of 6 paths, and she felt safer to stay inside. After Shen Xiang put her in the divine mirror of 6 paths, she said through the light curtain of the rock wall, and then went to another stone room where he saw a teleportation formation. The teleportation formation was arranged by the Sun Old Ancestor. This style he recognized, but to his headache, the teleportation formation seems to have been damaged more than half, and many of the formations have been destroyed. Xin Xiang is not proficient in formation. He sees that the formation is so badly damaged, and he is very worried. He can be sure that this is left by Sun Old Ancestor. Xin Xiang is not proficient in formation. He sees that the formation is so badly damaged, and he is very worried. He can be sure that this is left by Sun Old Ancestor. Have you ever been to this place before? Shen Xiang looked at He Feng Yuan, because only He Feng Yuan knew this place. Most likely it was destroyed by He Feng Yuan. How could it be me? I also know that there is this place now. He Feng Yuan saw Xin Xiang, suspected that she was very angry, and gave Xin Xiang a big eye. So who is going to destroy it? In a lot of hatred, the teleportation formation is ruined, most of it. Shen Xiang hated it, and if it didn't break, he can now open the teleportation formation. Where does this teleportation formation take you to? Why are you so concerned? He Feng Yuan observed carefully in this stone room and saw the appearance of Xin Xiang's impatience at this time, and saw the importance of this teleportation formation to Xin Xiang's. Can go to the road of innovation, said Xin Xiang. The land of the road? Is the top layer? You are crazy. He Feng Yuan was shocked. There are more Imperial Dragon DS on it. You go to courting death. Don't worry about me. I am not afraid of the guys. Shen Xiang coldly snorted. Then let Feng Kuo inside Hidden Jade Villa come out. Feng Yuan still wants to say a few more words, but he can't help but be surprised to see a cute little girl who is dressed in pink and jade. Is this your daughter? Feng Yuan stared at Feng Kuo. Not you poisoning, don't hit her idea. Shen Xiang saw Feng Yuan staring at Feng Kuo, hastily warned. Hey, I just have a few more eyes. Feng Yuan lightly snorted. Feng Kuo at this point, he examined the damaged spirit pattern and did not notice Feng Yuan's eyes. After a while, Feng Kuo frowned and said, most of these patterns are Tao creation spells. See spell at 3rd level, I don't understand. Feng Yuan didn't expect this little girl to know how to set up formation. It seems to be very proficient. Otherwise, it would not be so fast to find that the pattern is Tao creation spell, at least she can't see it. If you master the SPAC spell at the 3rd level, can you fix it? Shen Xiang asked. Of course. Feng Kuo is very confident, but it is not easy and it takes a long time for her to take the 3rd level of Tao creation spell. Shen Xiang thought about it and decided to let Feng Kuo learn the 3rd level Tao creation spell in time domain and skip the 2nd level directly. Feng Kuo has been able to master a small portion of the 1st level Tao creation spell and give her a little more time. She will soon learn the 1st level and then go directly to the 3rd level. Feng Kuo entering Hidden Jade Villa. Shen Xiang released a time domain to Feng Kuo alone, and he was very fascinated when he realized it. He didn't feel the Pa-S Sage of Time, so he didn't have to worry about being bored. You evil devil, how can a lovely little girl follow you? Feng Yuan looked at Shen Xiang with a questioning look. She is my friend, a formation guru. Shen Xiang coldly snorted. You poisonous woman, are you thinking about her bad? I'm just worried that you will kill her. You are the guy who is eyeing the Imperial Dragon Palace. Feng Yuan leaned against the wall and looked at the damaged teleportation formation. She really didn't expect a road to the road. The teleportation formation of the land. You virgins will be so kind. Shen Xiang snorted. It's hard to believe. Feng Yuan said, are you sure you are going to innovate? That's for sure. I have important things to go there. No one can stop me. Shen Xiang said on the one hand, to help Qin Shuang go to the Sun Old Ancestor, and to find Peng Xuanfei, then create the land of the pursuit of the highest realm. You should think that Imperial Dragon G.O.D. is not very good, right? Feng Yuan said, no, I just never feared threats. Shen Xiang said that he felt that even if he faced a strong guy, even if he couldn't win, he would never be killed. His divine mirror of 6 paths is still very strong. Shen Xiang lets Feng Yuan enter the divine mirror of 6 paths and walk out of the cave. He thinks about walking around and seeing if he can find some clues. Little BASTARD, I suspect that the teleportation formation is deliberately destroyed by people who are set up formation. Feng Yuan said, the reason is that you don't want people to go to the road of innocence. The people who set up formation should be Sun Old Ancestor and Gu Tong, and it takes a lot of Crystal Emperor to open the formation. No one can open teleportation formation. Shen Xiang said, why don't they let people go to the road of innovation? Feng Yuan had nothing to say at a time. She just guessed by herself. I just thought that the person who destroyed the teleportation formation should be proficient in the formation, most likely from the formation, appearing in the stone room, and then destroying the teleportation formation, indicating that this person should still be here. Feng Yuan has another guess. I also have this idea, but who is this person? He came here to destroy the teleportation formation. It should be that no one wants to come down from the road of innocence. Shen Xiang flies over the BLOODY plane and goes to the front. The 3 mountains that are connected to each other. In the air outside the BLOODY plane, there are 2 black armor men riding 2 giant black horses. The horses they ride have black scales. The horse heads look like dragons, This is the dragon horse with dragon bloodline. Can fly in the air. The two black armor men riding the black dragon horse also have strong dragons and look very powerful. This guy is really high profile. He should already know the existence of our Imperial Dragon G. OD, but now it has released Dragon Chi, otherwise we can't catch it. I am very curious to release Slaughtering Evil Dragon. If I can get his Slaughtering Evil Dragon, my strength will definitely improve. An Imperial Dragon G. D looked at the BL. D. Y plane and was very excited. Chu Baocheng, I will give it to you this time. If you are still a human being, don't miss it, said another Imperial Dragon G. D. Chu Baocheng laughed heartily up. How can I get lost? This guy should be a very oneself infallible guy. I like to deal with this guy, and he certainly doesn't think I have a lot. Luo Junfeng, you should know that I am one of the top 10 Royal Dragon youngsters. The year was the year, now it is now. Luo Junfeng said, You are going, I am waiting for you here. I can't wait in this world-defying Soul River 5th layer for so many years. I finally came to the guy who came out of cultivation and waited for me. Chu Baocheng riding black dragon horse, laughing, only seeing a pair in the air phantom. Dragon horse is very fast. In the blink of an eye, Luo Junfeng can't see Chu Baocheng. Shenxiang has come to the Three Mountains, and what makes him wonder is that the Three Mountains actually grow a lot of trees. The previous Ox Head Mountain is bare all stone. Shenxiang wants He Fengyuan to come out and see, but He Fengyuan is not willing to die. It is very afraid of death. After all, her cultivation base is abolished. When she encounters a strong attack, she will die. Shenxiang wants He Fengyuan to come out and see, but He Fengyuan is not willing to die. It is very afraid of death. After all, her cultivation base is abolished. When she encounters a strong attack, she will die. Now she gets the SPAC Saint Soul and feels that she can hope to recover later, so she is afraid of death. When did you come here last time? Is this the case? Shenxiang asked. No, when I came last time, there were no trees in the mountains here. I remember very clearly. He Fengyuan said, The Three Mountains you saw have trees appearing, indicating that there are weird things. Are you not too courageous? Go watch it. When Shenxiang came to the bottom, he felt a very strong sense of life. He suspected that there was a source here to create a very strong life force, which led to the lush green. What is the reason? Shenxiang floated into the air and wanted to see where the source was through the Dao Heart Eye, but it didn't succeed. Then he closed his eyes and took a serious sense of breath. Just as he was seriously sensing, suddenly felt a strong breath in the distance. This powerful atmosphere made him hit a spirit. He looked at the direction of the breath, and there was a black spot there. What guy so powerful? Shenxiang looked dignified and immediately applied anti-strength stealth, then landed on the mountainside below and put away the strength of Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon. Soon, Shenxiang saw a big black dragon horse at high alt. One, toot, and the person on the dragon horse was an Imperial Dragon G. D named Chu Baocheng. Shenxiang immediately described the person he saw to He Fengyuan. Is Imperial Dragon G. D. He Fengyuan screamed in the loud voice of Divine Mirror of Six Paths. Is this the Imperial Dragon God? It really is terrifying. I don't know if he can find me. Shenxiang is hiding. He doesn't want to conflict with this Imperial Dragon God. Chu Baocheng in the air came here, looking at the Three Mountains below, frowning. I am very alert. The dragon in his body suddenly disappeared. I can't feel it. Shenxiang saw that Chu Baocheng was suspended in the air, and the heart was very nervous. This Imperial Dragon D gave him a strong sense of oppression, much larger than the He Fengyuan stronger he had defeated before. These Imperial Dragon D have a way to specialize in the strength of the dragon in your body. If you are fighting with him, it is best to avoid using the dragon's strength. He Fengyuan said, You must avoid conflict with him now. I admit your strength. It's good. Even if you face the peak of world-defying sacred realm, you can't win without losing. But you all rely on the strength of the dragon. If you face Imperial Dragon G, oh, D, those strengths can't be played. Well, I will try to avoid him. Shenxiang is now Jing standing there. As long as he is not sensed, he is safe. The cat and mouse game I most want to play. Chu Baoqing he smiled, then touched the head of the black dragon horse and said, "Go, let's find the mouse." Dragon horse landed on a mountain, the mountain where Shenxiang stayed. Close, this guy knows where I am. Shenxiang was shocked and was about to take countermeasures. The newly arrived dragon horse seemed to find him, fluttering and falling near Shenxiang's. The dragon horse landed, screaming, and a breath broke out from the dragon horse, and all the trees around it were cut off by that breath. It's a strange strength. It can make you hide. Oh, but I have seen you. Chu Baoqing said with a sneer. The breath released by the black dragon horse just made the anti-strength on Shenxiang fluctuate. Chu Baoqing sensed. Shenxiang immediately teleported the first stage distance, but what he didn't expect was that the dragon horse actually followed him with a leap. Chu Baoqing threw a formation plate and released a barrier to prevent Shenxiang from using the teleport again. I also know SPAC power, haha. Chu Baoqing laughed and seemed very excited. Nowadays, Shenxiang does not intend to hide anymore. After his appearance, his face is dignified. Divine Mirror of Six Paths has also merged with Nine Firmaments' divine sword. Don't escape, little mouse. After Chu Baoqing dismounted, he took out a long black knife with a black-red eye on the handle, which looks like the slaughtering evil dragon released before Shenxiang. You came to catch me? Shenxiang asked. No, I am here to kill you. Chu Baoqing disdained with a smile. Little mouse, I am Imperial Dragon G. Oh, D, specifically for you guys. Why do you have to deal with me? Shenxiang's voice was cold, and the guy actually called his little mouse, which made him very angry. Because your mouse doesn't have a dragon. The dragon you cultivated is owned by our Imperial Dragon Palace. You have a dragon. You have to die because you are Tarnus. HI plus in our Imperial Dragon Palace. Chu Baoqing said this. The sound is full of hostility and cold. Nonsense! Can I cultivate the dragon? Shut down your Imperial Dragon Palace? You guys are just swearing that others can cultivate the dragon. It is said that others are mice. I think you are the mouse, and it is still the kind of special, the stolen, stinky mouse. Shenxiang is also full of anger. These Imperial Dragon G. Oh, D is simply unreasonable. He also always thought that the Imperial Dragon Palace had something to do with the dragon. I didn't expect the Imperial Dragon Palace to deal with him. This is mainly for the purpose of robbing other people's dragons, but also giving them a very legitimate reason. What are you talking about? Chu Baoqing has never met anyone who dared to marry their Imperial Dragon Palace. I said that your Imperial Dragon Palace is like a plaque. You want to SNATCH someone else's dragon. You still have to find a lot of bad reasons. You said that you don't seem to want to set up a memorial? Shenxiang is very rude and sneering, mixing things, insulting my Imperial Dragon Palace dead. Chu Baoqing screamed, only to see the purple chi bursting on his body. The roar of the raging dragon broke out from his body, and he had changed his appearance in the blink of an eye. Chu Baoqing became the appearance of the half-human and half-dragon. It was covered with purple scales, and the body was much larger. The body, arms, and legs were purple dragon scales, and it looked very strong. This guy has only the strength of world-defying sacred realm. But after the fusion of a dragon, it actually Serpa said world-defying sacred realm. Shenxiang was secretly scared. This is divine world-defying realm. Smelly mouse, D-A-M. And it is you. Chu Baoqing, a loud exploding roar. The ground suddenly appears more than a dozen purple little dragon. These little dragon is like a rope and Shenxiang body inbound. Shenxiang was shocked. These little dragons are real dragons. Now he knows that there are many dragons on Imperial Dragon G. OD. No wonder it is called Imperial Dragon G. OD. Death. Chu Baocheng immediately flew over and wanted to punch into Shen Xiang's chest. He knew that Shen Xiang suddenly turned into a qi mist and broke free from the purple little dragon. After Shen Xiang broke free, he threw a lot of Crystal Emperor against the dozens of mouth-screaming little dragons. After the Crystal Emperor entered the mouth of Little Dragon, with the control of Shen Xiang's mind, the dragon heads of these little dragons with a fish is broken and all are lost. After Shen Xiang broke free, he threw a lot of Crystal Emperor against the dozens of mouth-screaming little dragons. After the Crystal Emperor entered the mouth of Little Dragon, with the control of Shen Xiang's mind, the dragon heads of these little dragons with a fish is broken and all are lost. Chu Baocheng is next to these little dragons, and the explosion of more than a dozen Crystal Emperors has also caused him some damage, and the death of more than a dozen little dragon has also had a significant impact on him. Roar! Chu Baocheng is furious. He has never eaten such a big loss. With his angry roar, the sky is constantly lowering the purple lightning, covering this giant mountain. In a flash, countless lightning bolts landed, and all the trees were instantly destroyed and turned into sea. Oh, cool! And then the sound waves burst out of the thunder. Cry burst into the blood. The mad thunder, lightning continued, and Shen Xiang just turned the divine mirror of 6 paths back to the original, resisting the falling lightning. Otherwise, he would be seriously injured. Chu Baocheng saw Shen Xiang in the violent thunderstorm like a storm, but his heart was even more furious, and his body turned into a lightning rust. H.I. plussing to Shen Xiang. The double fist was turned into 2 dragon heads, and it was a fierce battle against Shen Xiang. The chaos of the fist, a large fist phantom, appeared, shrouded Shen Xiang. Go to death and die. Chu Baocheng screamed and screamed. His fists were very fierce, and every punch went out. The bursting out of the boxing style was like a hurricane. The shock that broke out shook the mountain and thundered. The shock that came out shook up and down the blood mud all around. Although Shen Xiang has resisted by divine mirror of 6 paths, it can only resist the mad thunder. At this time, the mad thunder still keeps falling. Chu Baocheng's sudden fists are difficult to avoid at one time, and the body suffers hundreds of punches at once. If it weren't for him to integrate Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon with himself, the hundreds of punches had already been made to him, completely squashed, and the strength of Chu Baocheng was very terrifying. Thunder formation opens. Shen Xiang controls Divine Mirror of 6 paths to release a thunder formation method suspended above itself, then endures the pain of the body, vigorously picks up Divine Mirror of 6 paths, and hits the mirror with a mirror. Baocheng's crazy punch. Pung pung pung. Chu Baocheng's fist suddenly smashed a lot of punches on the Divine Mirror of 6 paths, and a strand of energy bounced back several times effectively, hitting Chu Baocheng. Chu Baocheng didn't react for a while. He was beaten out by his powerful fist energy. His body was also very painful. His fist was integrated into the strong purple lightning dragon force. He knew best and was still furious. Coupled with the double rebound of Divine Mirror of 6 paths, he has already vomited blood. He entered into being hurt by his own strength. Thinking of this, Chu Baocheng was already mad and trembled, and the purple mad lightning that broke out at any time was even more acute. I don't want to accompany you. Shen Xiang saw that Chu Baocheng was not hurt, immediately rushed to the black dragon horse, took it away directly with Divine Mirror of 6 paths, sealed it in A.S.P.C. inside the Divine Mirror of 6 paths, and then let Divine Mirror of 6 paths after hitting a strength, destroying the formation plate. After breaking the barrier, he entered the Divine Mirror of 6 paths and controlled the Divine Mirror of 6 paths to fly up and fly above the blood. This series of things Shen Xiang did, moving clouds and flowing water. Chu Baocheng's body was beaten by his own violent strength, but also reacted for a while, and Shen Xiang's movement was very fast. When he caught up, Xinxiang, the divine mirror of 6 paths, has been drilled into the blood, so he can only scream. His mother, it is safe. Xinxiang in divine mirror of 6 paths. Chu Baocheng was bounced off by divine mirror of 6 paths. He had the opportunity to attack in the past, but he considered his physical injury, and Chu Baocheng's defense was strong. He finally still gave up, otherwise he will lose the best escape opportunity. He Feng Yuan saw that Xinxiang was scarred and unbelievable. Xinxiang actually escaped in the hands of Imperial Dragon G.O.D. Although he was hurt more seriously, he finally survived. What He Feng Yuan didn't know was that Xinxiang had made Chu Baocheng, the Imperial Dragon G.O.D. a big loss. Imperial Dragon G.O.D., what a terrible thing. If I am the peak of world-defying sacred realm, I must hang this guy up and play. Xinxiang is very weak, coldly snorted. I let him eat a big loss. The baby dragon horse was taken away by me. He Feng Yuan stunned. Dragon horse is the ident. 1. Tai symbol of Imperial Dragon G.O.D. It not only has a fast flying speed, but also can sense the position of other dragons and has a strong sense of power. Actually caught by Xinxiang. Xinxiang feels that he has been beaten so badly. If he doesn't follow something, he is too sorry for himself. At the same time, he also wants to let those S.H.I. plus T Imperial Dragon G.O.D. know that Xinxiang is not a good character. Hey, that horse is very good. I will tame him sooner or later. Xinxiang finished, smiled. I guess that teleportation formation is the guy who ruined. He now wants to go back is not easy. I see. Where did he go to find Dragon Horse? Dragon Horse should be important for Imperial Dragon G.O.D., but it was taken away by me. He Feng Yuan is speechless. Xinxiang can't beat others, actually stealing people's horses. Xinxiang let Mai and Jing sisters release their regenerative power to help him recover. This time he was seriously injured. He stopped releasing time domain during the war, and let Feng Kuta understand Tao creation spell. On the mountain, Luo Junfeng was very speechless and looked at Chu Baocheng, who was violent and furious. Chu Baocheng suffered some injuries and was injured by his own strength, but this is no problem. The biggest problem is that Chu Baocheng's horse has been left behind. This D.A.M.N. mouse. Chu Baocheng raised a huge stone and put it into the blood mud. D.A.M.N. mirror, I hate the mirror. You lost your hand. Luo Junfeng said. I am going. You are waiting for me here. I will help you get the horse back, and you will not be grateful to me when I am. After all, I am just by the way. Hurry up. It's best to take the guy back. I want to torture him. Chu Baocheng angrily said. I try to. Luo Junfeng riding the black dragon horse and flying in the air. He didn't know if he could find Xinxiang, because Chu Baocheng saw Xinxiang's divine mirror of 6 paths sink into the blood. The blood is very deep, and there is the horrible thing of blood devil shark below. He can't dare to go wild. You can only look at luck. Luo Junfeng patted the head of the dragon horse. Chu Baocheng not only lost the precious dragon horse, but more than a dozen little dragons were also killed by Xinxiang with Crystal Emperor. Even if he came from the land of innocence, he never saw such a luxury guy. More than 10, the block Crystal Emperor is thrown away. Thinking of himself eating such a big loss, Chu Baocheng's chest was suffocating and difficult to vent, making him very uncomfortable. Xinxiang in the divine mirror of 6 paths. Divine mirror of 6 paths is deep in the mud. It would be very troublesome to be swallowed by blood devil shark. But he thought of a way to turn divine mirror of 6 paths into a larger stone. The stone also had many spikes. If blood devil shark bites, it will be injured. Xinxiang is hiding under the blood. It is safe for the time being. Luo Junfeng hovered over the sky, and his dragon horse seemed to be able to sense that Xinxiang was under the blood, but he could not go down. Xinxiang is hiding under the blood. It is safe for the time being. Luo Junfeng hovered over the sky, and his dragon horse seemed to be able to sense that Xinxiang was under the blood, but he could not go down. You have to move You can avoid being attacked by the guy above. Shen Xiang controls the divine mirror of 6 paths that becomes a spiky ball to move quickly. He didn't know how much energy he had in the background before the blood mud, and he could nurturing so many blood devil sharks. He now has a group of blood devil shark. Blood devil shark has a special inductive force that senses that divine mirror of 6 paths is made with Tao Creation Saint Stone, and Tao Creation Saint Stone is very rare in the blood now for blood devil shark, but it is full of temptation. Blood devil shark approached and opened his mouth to swallow the divine mirror of 6 paths, but the divine mirror of 6 paths turned into a spiky ball. The spikes were very hard, and they pierced directly after the blood devil shark bite. The mouth of blood devil shark. Blood devil shark was so violently swaying, shaking his head and opening the divine mirror of 6 paths and fleeing. The nearby blood devil shark saw it just now. They are not stupid. Naturally, if they bite, it will be like the blood devil shark just now. This move is really effective. Xin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. He had to recover quickly. Start time domain and let Feng Kur hurry to comprehend us. C spell, fix the formation earlier and go to the innocent. At this time, there was no idea of blood devil shark dare to play divine mirror of 6 paths. To avoid it, Shen Xiang released a chain of divine mirror of 6 paths, tied the tail of a blood devil shark, and then the head of the blood devil shark swims as fast as he can. In this way, divine mirror of 6 paths was swiftly moved under the blood mud by blood devil shark, and immediately after the above-mentioned Luo, Junfeng sensed. Dragon horse caught up. How did these imperial dragon DS sense me? Xinxiang was puzzled. What kind of strange perception does the dragon horse have? Xinxiang came to a stone room in the divine mirror of 6 paths where a dragon horse was sealed. Feng Yuan followed Xinxiang and saw the dragon horse before he was sure to be picked up by Xinxiang. The strength of this dragon horse is not weak. Is there any problem with your seal? Feng Yuan stood in the door and didn't dare to come in. Her strength was so weak. If dragon horse went mad, just take her and she would have to suffer a lot. If Yu Qing is here, maybe she can figure out what is going on. Bai Yu came out of Hidden Jade Villa and looked at the dragon horse. So Yu Qing is proficient in this aspect, knowing how to resolve the contract, or a complex method of deepening the soul. I want to conquer this dragon horse. Xin Xiang touched the black dragon horse, which was sealed and could not be moved. I just looked at it. Dragon horse and the owner have a strong contract strength. Only the master can solve it. If Yu Qing is here, she might have a way. Bai Yu shook his head. When Wan Yuan saw Bai Yu appear, she realized that Xin Xiang has never been one of her own. Before, there was Feng Kur and the girl pill spirit, and now there is a woman who is coldly elegant and beautiful, which makes her doubt. Xin Xiang takes a lot of women. Hey, I can't find Yu Qing for a while. Xin Xiang sighed. What I can do now is to search the memory of this horse in the most gentle way, Bai Yu said. Well, you can give it a try. Can you find out how to get rid of the tracking method? And see if you can let this guy go to me, Xin Xiang said. This should be fine. I need some time, Bai Yu said. Xin Xiang walked out of the stone room and let Bai Yu go, quietly. Little rascal, when do you want me to go back? Feng Yuan frowned. I don't want to continue playing with you. Now I can send you up. Xin Xiang said with a smile. You sent me up. Isn't it equivalent to send me to die? Feng Yuan coldly snorted. I want you to send me back to heaven's proud emperor palace. Are you sure you want to go back? Xin Xiang asked. Can you not regret it? Why should I regret it? Feng Yuan thought and thought. Xin Xiang laughed. Do you think that heaven's proud the emperor has been under house arrest for a long time by your father-in-law, and there will be no action? Now it may have been played, and no accident. Your father-in-law has already been one. Feng Yuan heard Xin Xiang's words, said with a sneer, It seems that you don't know heaven's proud emperor palace. My father is in charge of Dan Palace in heaven's proud Emperor Palace. It is alchemist itself. It is prestigious in the imperial palace. Zhenyang, this guy can take my father? It's a joke. Zhenyang really has the ability. He would not let 2 baby daughters fall into my hands. Xinxiang shook his head. That's just Zhenyang. I didn't expect you would really fight his daughter. He has been condoning you all the time. You touched his bottom line, so he no longer bears it. This is me. I felt it in the study. Although I don't know him, I know that he is not a person who likes to fight. He just wants to be stable. Even if he is under house arrest, he feels nothing. It is noisy by you. But then you took his daughter. He Feng Yuan coldly snorted. I don't believe that Zhou Xingyang has the ability to compete with my father. Well, after I finish the things here, I will take you back. When you father, maybe you are already dead. Xinxiang said. Zhou Xingyang, this guy looks like a Sven but launches a fire. But it is very terrible. When Xinxiang was in the study, he felt that Zhou Xingyang was a person who pursued calmness. He didn't care if his calm days were not destroyed. Once it is destroyed, he will start killing. He Feng Yuan didn't talk. She found that she didn't know enough about Zhou Zhenyang, even though she was a queen. If you didn't take the 2 sisters at the beginning, now you have nothing. Maybe you can get the entire heaven's proud empire. Xinxiang snorted. It's all done by yourself. I think, Zhou Zhenyang, I have long wanted to hand over heaven's proud empire, so that I can live in Jingjing. Hey! He Feng Yuan, angered, coldly snorted, then squatted in the corner. Xinxiang continued to heal and asked, Are you sure you want to go back now? Actually, it is useless to go back. It's better than following you everywhere courting death. He Feng Yuan these days, but S.H.I. plus Nxiang realized that Xinxiang is a special cause of trouble. This is exciting. I like to challenge the supreme power of oneself infallible. It is better than bullying. Xinxiang said with a smile, When I hurt, I will go to a group of dragon horses. Just let the guy above ride for a few more days. You are not afraid of the revenge of the Imperial Dragon Palace? He Feng Yuan did not expect Xinxiang to want to do it again. It doesn't matter. Anyway, they have already stared at me. No matter if I can't grab their dragon horse, they have to kill me, so why not fight with them? Xinxiang coldly smiled. A few days later, Xinxiang's heard a lot, and he can now release time domain to Feng Ku'er. Bai Yuyu also had results. She found some useful memories. A few days later, Xinxiang's heard a lot, and he can now release time domain to Feng Ku'er. Bai Yuyu also had results. She found some useful memories. Dragon Horse has a special innate talent that senses the existence of the dragon. Even if it is hidden in your divine sea, the Dragon Horse can sense some breath. Bai Yuyu said, As for how to avoid follow dragon in the memory of horse's mind, it is only necessary to seal the dragon with a seal. Let the dragon fall asleep and not absorb the outer strength and release it, just like a suspended animation, so that it can avoid tracking. He Feng Yuan said, Is this a little difficult? The strength of the dragon is very strong. Doesn't it make the dragon sleep a part of the seal? It's good, but it's avoidable to be traced, and it's time to unblock it when it's needed, Bai Yuyu said. Xinxiang thinks this is not very difficult. Feng Ku'er should be able to make a good formation plate, which will allow him to quickly seal Azure Dragon. In his divine sea, only Azure Dragon needs a seal. He borrows the other 5. The strength of the beast can still be very powerful. So, is there such a memory of taming Dragon Horse? He Feng Yuan asked. Bai Yuyu, this method made her feel very amazing. Xinxiang originally wanted to use it for her. Later, because her soul was too weak, she did not. Yes, killing the original owner of the Dragon Horse will lift the contract between them and then tame the Dragon Horse. Bai Yuyu said, It should not be difficult to tame the Dragon Horse. If it is strong enough, it will be recognized by Dragon Horse. He Feng Yuan looked at Xinxiang. She can see that Xinxiang is going to courting death again, as long as Chu Baocheng, the Imperial Dragon God, gets rid of a dragon horse. Chu Baocheng doesn't have dragon horse right now, and more than a dozen little dragons have been killed by Xinxiang, and the strength has weakened a lot. You are going? He Feng Yuan hastily asked. Yes. Rest A.S. Assured, I never do anything I can't grasp. Xinxiang smiled. For a dragon horse, it's worth the fight. He Feng Yuan has nothing to say. She can only pray that Xinxiang can live, otherwise she will have to follow. In the following days, Xinxiang released third-level time domain and let Feng Ku'er comprehend S.P.A.C. spell while refining the Crystal Emperor. This time he smelted the second-level amplification spell into the Crystal Emperor. Amplification spell can increase energy by several times. He first smashed this destructive spell with the Crystal Emperor into Thunderfire, and then superpositioned the amplification spell at the second level on these spells, letting Thunder Fire stun the power of the spell. And now the Crystal Emperor is not a piece of the piece, but is compressed by him into the size of the thumb of the Dan King. Destroy the curse. Xinxiang looked at the refined Crystal Emperor, lightly smiled. He Feng Yuan witnessed the whole process. She never thought that Dan had this kind of refining method. It can be used not only for eating, but also for attacking. It is equivalent to compressing very strong energy into a small one. Inside the small Dan, once detonated, the power is endless. He Feng Yuan has to admit that Xinxiang's Dan is really very smart, and Alchemy's thinking is also very jump. The fight is only my sideline. Alchemy is my strength. Xinxiang looked at the surprised He Feng Yuan, happily said with a smile. He Feng Yuan knows that Xinxiang refining this kind of destructive curse will surely kill a lot of people, because no one knows that the pill pellet thrown out will have a strong power. Now is the time for me to show the strongest strength of alchemist. Xinxiang took out a few Crystal Emperors. The Crystal Emperor itself contains a very strong amount of energy. After being refined into Tao Creation Spell, it can be released by Tao Creation Spell with a stronger strength. It is one of the best materials for refining aggressive Dan. This is called the Ice Curse. Xinxiang Refining Grain. This Dan mainly released the Ice Cold Strength, joined the Ice Spell and Amplification Spell Refining. This Dan was carefully studied by him. If it broke out, the energy released will be concentrated in one place and have a better effect. If the spread is too wide after the outbreak, it is not appropriate to deal with a person. If it is to be used against many people, he will have another method of refining. He Feng Yuan is fortunate in his heart. Xinxiang is only to explore this kind of Dan after fighting with her. Otherwise she will be killed by this kind of Dan when she fights with Xinxiang. Xinxiang's final refining Dan is a detonation mantra that mainly concentrates on the shock. He also joined Amplification Spell. In addition, he also added a thick, strange, intoxicating spirit poison. When the shock broke out, the drunk magic spreads out in a violent state and can directly shake into the human body. Almost, I used the arrogant guy to practice. Xinxiang let Feng Ku'er stop comprehending Tao Creation Spell. In the past few days, Feng Ku'er has spent a few more than 70 years, already great progress, first-level Tao Creation Spell. She is already familiar with it. Then skip the second-level Amplification Spell and start the third-level S.P.A.C. spell. She already has 2 S.P.A.C. spells. Direct seals are not very good. I have a better approach. Feng Ku'er said, I just used S.P.A.C. spell I just learned to make a 9th level S.P.A.C. domain, separated by 9th level Azure Dragon. The breath shouldn't be sensed by Dragon Horse, and when you need it, you can let Azure Dragon quickly come out of the field and quickly release the strength to fight for you. If it is a fake death, it will take some time to wake up and a little time to recover strength. Xinxiang was surprised. That's great. Just try it with your method. Feng Ku'er said with a smile, for me with second-level time domain, I can refine the formation plate in 1 day. Xinxiang immediately released time domain to Feng Ku'er. Feng Ku'er has been learning Refiner for a long time. She also learned well. Now, she uses Crystal Emperor to refine the formation plate. 3 girls pill spirit daily. Can crystallize Crystal Emperor very much. At the end of the day, Feng Ku'er succeeded in refining. He immediately placed the formation plate under Azure Dragon to form a 9th level S.P.A.C. domain, hiding Azure Dragon in it. The 9th level S.P.A.C. is a layer of 1 layer and a continuous set of 9 layers. This is a strong isolation. It should not be so easy to sense. Xin Xiang recalled that Chu Baoqing came to catch him. At that time, he was invisible. Chu Baoqing could not see him, but Dragon Horse could. That guy should still follow me on the go. I'll try it now. Xin Xiang controls the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths teleport to the sky, then walks out of the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and stands on top of the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. At this point, he and Divine Mirror of 6 Paths were invisible and flew to Luo Junfeng, who was chasing after him. Luo Junfeng riding the dragon horse in the sky. Xin Xiang flew below him. He didn't notice it at all, then hovered over where Xin Xiang had just stopped. This idiot, I will let you ride the dragon horse for a few more days. Xin Xiang looked at Luo Junfeng and rode the dragon horse back and forth in the sky, thinking in secret, and then flew to the 3 strange mountains. He Feng Yuan in Divine Mirror of 6 Paths knows that Xin Xiang has succeeded and he is relieved. As a result, Xin Xiang will no longer be tracked by Imperial Dragon God Xin Xiang will not be safe as long as she is safe. He Feng Yuan in Divine Mirror of 6 Paths knows that Xin Xiang has succeeded and he is relieved. As a result, Xin Xiang will no longer be tracked by Imperial Dragon D. Xin Xiang will not be safe as long as she is safe. He Feng Yuan is very depressed. She doesn't know why Xin Xiang wants to take her and doesn't let her go back. She thinks that this is Xin Xiang who deliberately tortured her and tortured her mentally because she saw Xin Xiang very angry. Xin Xiang soon returned to the 3 strange mountains. He released Heaven-Devouring Rat to find Chu Baoqing hidden here. He concluded that Chu Baoqing would stay here and wait for the return of Luo Junfeng. Xin Xiang can't use the strength of Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon, so he can't fly to the sky at high alt. 1. Tude, only to control Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, Heaven-Devouring, Rat soon found out that he found a cave that seemed to have been cut out. Climb in and see. Don't know that the idiot is not inside. Xin Xiang controlled Heaven-Devouring Rat, but it didn't take long to hear the angry roar of Chu Baoqing. D.A.M. and Stinky Mouse, I hate mice the most. Chu Baoqing screamed and slammed into Heaven-Devouring Rat, but Heaven-Devouring Rat shunned flexibly and climbed out of the cave. Xin Xiang couldn't help but laugh. He used to be a mouse in Chu Baoqing's eyes, but he succeeded in taking Chu Baoqing's dragon horse and making Chu Baoqing very embarrassed. As said, if it was Pa S said to the Imperial Dragon Palace, Chu Baoqing will definitely be very shameful. After Chu Baoqing chased Heaven-Devouring Rat and rushed out of the cave, Xin Xiang immediately threw a frozen curse. The ice spell inside it instantly devours the energy of the Crystal Emperor into a powerful ice-cold force, which is instantly enhanced by amplification spell. A very terrifying ice force burst out instantly, only about 4 or 5 feet. Chu Baoqing just rushed out of the cave and was frozen by the force of this cold, unable to move. However, after he was just frozen for a moment, the thick ice was loose. He is worthy of an Imperial Dragon God, and his strength is still very strong. Xin Xiang sees that Chu Baoqing is about to break the ice, and he immediately throws a ruin of the ruin. The power of Thunderfire is increased, very violent. With a bang, the mountain was blown up a large piece, and the boulder flew up. The ruined curse directly exploded next to Chu Baoqing. The bursting wave broke the thick ice. Thunderfire, with the power of shock, broke into the body of Chu Baoqing and shook all the strength that Chu Baoqing had just pulled out. The violent lightning is crazy, the fierce fire is burning, all concentrated in Chu Baocheng all around. "Smelly mouse, I know it is you." Chu Baocheng was furious, and his previous dozen little dragons were killed like this. But this time the strength is even more fierce. Chu Baocheng was wounded and entangled with mad thunder and fire. After he got rid of those mad thunder and fire, Xin Xiang threw a blasting spell, the turbulent force with a lot of strange, intoxicating spirit poison, poured into the body of Chu Baocheng. Dealing with Chu Baocheng, a person with dragon transformation, requires a very large amount of strange, intoxicating spirit poison. Chu Baocheng was attacked for the third time and was angry. He knew that Shen Xiang's strength was very weak and he was almost killed by him. But now he has used this method to make him so embarrassed. As said, let him hate the teeth, but he can't find Shen Xiang now. Shen Xiang finally showed up. He took the divine mirror of 6 paths and held it in the hands like 8S, H, I, plus ELD. The mirror faced Chu Baocheng. Imperial Dragon G. OD, I see you are a worm. Shen Xiang haha laughed. Smelly mouse, go to H, ELL. Chu Baocheng made a strength against Shen Xiang, but it was very weak. Shen Xiang blocked it directly with divine mirror of 6 paths. The strong rebound was strong and hit Chu Baocheng. We'll fly it out. Chu Baocheng knew that he was poisoned. The poison was so strange that he couldn't make a strength and saw Shen Xiang smile and walked over. He couldn't help but fear. Imperial Dragon G. Oh, D. You are going to die. Do you have anything to say? Shen Xiang whistled and looked at Chu Baocheng, who fell in the rocks and flames. You kill Imperial Dragon G. Oh, D. And you are doing the right thing with the Imperial Dragon Palace. Chu Baocheng said with all his strength and fear, Oh, you want to win my dragon? Just be against me, and I am right with only road to dead end, no matter what your temple. As for the Imperial Dragon Palace, I am not afraid. If they come to me trouble, I will kill them all like you killed this stupid pig. Shen Xiang picked up Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and was mad at Chu Baocheng. Well, just like this, Chu Baocheng, the Imperial Dragon G, OD, was shot dead by Shen Xiang with the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. It's probably the most imposing Imperial Dragon G, OD. After killing Imperial Dragon G, OD, Shen Xiang threw the body into the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and then entered Divine Mirror of 6 Paths himself. He went to the strange mountain to continue the exploration. He did not start exploring yet. Chu Baocheng. The pig came out suddenly. How? This is the Imperial Dragon G, OD that you think is very powerful. Shen Xiang pointed to the body inside the room. He Feng Yuan looked at the Imperial Dragon G, OD, and couldn't speak. The Imperial Dragon G, OD, who made her national father, was killed by the guy of Shen Xiang, the world-defying sacred realm late stage. Oh, you are amazing, but you are only sneaky to kill him. He Feng Yuan is admired in the heart of the 5 bodies, but on the surface does not recognize. The real expert is a sneaky means. Shen Xiang said with a smile. So this guy is just a stupid pig. Otherwise, how can he be killed by me? You wait, I will use this the way to clean up another pig. This group of people is usually very traversing. Now I will teach them to be a man. Shen Xiang was very haughty and entered the stone room of the dragon horse. She directly dropped the body of Chu Baocheng. At this time, the dragon horse was also free and had already contracted with Chu Baocheng. This dragon horse is much more powerful than this guy. Shen Xiang whistled at dragon horse and asked by Yu, the dragon horse's favorite food. Dragon horse prefers to eat meat. If not, myriad Dao divine soil crystal is also possible. I suggest you give him 1 or 2 crystal emperors from time to time. Bai Yu said, the dragon horse has a very fast flight speed and has a certain combat power. It is an excellent mount. After Luo Junfeng couldn't find Shen Xiang, he began to wonder, because it was reasonable to say that dragon horse would not feel it. The dragon horse suddenly lost the induction. indicating that Shen Xiang had found a way to avoid tracking. This is the first time Luo Junfeng has heard that someone can successfully avoid the tracking of Dragon Horse, because even if Divine Seas Dragon is sleeping, the Dragon Horse will certainly feel it, unless the dragon is gone. This brat is very weird, I have to be careful. Luo Junfeng looked at the rear and then flew over the Dragon Horse. He suddenly felt that Shen Xiang would return to the 3 strange mountains. Shen Xiang knows that these 3 strange mountains are not simple. Otherwise, it is impossible to grow so many trees here. He remembers that when he was fighting Chu Baoqing last time, he destroyed a lot of trees here, but this time the tree that was destroyed has grown a lot from the new. Shen Xiang knows that these 3 strange mountains are not simple. Otherwise, it is impossible to grow so many trees here. He remembers that when he was fighting Chu Baoqing last time, he destroyed a lot of trees here, but this time the tree that was destroyed has grown a lot from the new. What is there in this strange mountain? Why can the trees in the 3 mountains maintain such a strong vitality? Shen Xiang rides the divine mirror of 6 paths, flies in the woods in the strange mountains, looking for the source of life force. Although there are many giant trees in the strange mountains, there are no animals in them. All of them are plants. Shen Xiang flew here for a little half a day, and even a bug was not seen. These trees should have grown in the recent period, not old trees. Jiang Xijing came out of Hidden Jade Villa and looked at the trees here, and only she and Jiang Samai could see more things from it. Xijing, can you communicate with these trees? Shen Xiang asked. I want to find the source. I think that place should be very good. This is no problem. It takes a little time. You are patient, etc. Jiang Xijing put his hand on the trunk of a tree, then closed his eyes and began to communicate with the tree. Soon, Jiang Xijing has a harvest. I know. I really didn't expect this magical thing to exist here. Jiang Xijing was also very excited, her face full of happy smiles, and she seemed to be very interested in that magical thing. What magical thing? Shen Xiang hastily asked, Is it here? It's here. Jiang Xijing nodded quickly. In fact, it's just a very small thing. It should be a seed. After the seeds appeared in the 3 barren hills, they released a magical strength, Noris. H.I. +ing 3. Dashin. Then Dashin gave birth to many trees. It was a magical seed that changed the 3 mountains. Where is it? I will go see it now, said Shen Xiang. Good. I will tell you the location. Jiang Xijing is also very much looking forward to Shen Xiang to find the seed. After Shen Xiang learned about One Direction, he immediately mobilized Divine Mirror of 6 paths to fly at the fastest speed. Soon, Shen Xiang came to the mountainside of a mountain. The seed was in it, but he dug a cave in. The seed is connected to a huge stone together, and it is not known how this kind of child appears here. It is very magical to give these 3 giant mountains a lot of trees. After seeing the seed, Shen Xiang walked over and wanted to take it away. But when his fingers touched the past, the seed suddenly flashed and a light glow of azure emerged. This light was released with a gentle breeze, and after blowing to Shen Xiang could not help but feel a shock and felt a very strange strength into the body. What is going on here? Shen Xiang only felt that the body was suddenly unable to move. What is even more bizarre is that the light of the seed immediately dimmed and became very calm, and Shen Xiang was unable to move in place. No matter how much strength he released, he could not rush out of the body. He was given a body by a strange strength. Anti-strength can't be used. Shen Xiang can feel that any strength can flow through the body, but it can't be released from the body, and he doesn't know why his body can't move. Shen Xiang began to worry, but he couldn't move, and strength couldn't be released. Once someone came here, he would become very dangerous. Worried about what came, Shen Xiang suddenly heard the footsteps, and someone really came here. D.A.M. And who is it? Shenxiang originally planned to release the woman from Hidden Jade Villa to help him, but he worried that the women would be settled and it would be more dangerous. He tried it. He managed to release Rat Man, but when he saw someone coming, he hastily took the Rat Man back. Soon the man was close. "You are unexpectedly here, Chu Baocheng." Luo Junfeng saw Xinxiang standing there, and he couldn't help but feel happy because he saw Xinxiang can't understand, and he didn't have any breath fluctuations. He felt that Xinxiang was seriously injured. "We'll only open a paw sage to hide in it. I don't know Chu Baocheng, who are you? Hurry and go. Don't bother me to rest. This cave is my own. You need to get one yourself." Xinxiang coldly said, "Of course he knows who this is. This is also a powerful Imperial Dragon G.O.D., and it looks a lot better than Chu Baocheng. Hee, are you scaring me?" Luo Junfeng walked in and saw the seed, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. He suddenly thought about where the powerful vitality of these 3 strange mountains came from. "It is planting from this grain." Luo Junfeng saw that Xinxiang's fingers touched the planting, and there was no movement in the body, so Xinxiang was sure to absorb the energy of this seed. "This is mine." Luo Junfeng took out a long black knife and slashed it against Xinxiang. Xinxiang had a cold sweat in his heart, but he reacted very quickly, hastily released a Rat Man and let Rat Man touch the seed. The seeds of the divine tool sensed that after someone touched it, they immediately released the strange, terrifying pale white glow, which was just like a light breeze. After the SLA's plussing of Luo Junfeng was blown by the breeze, the body suddenly became stiff and unable to move. His heart suddenly screamed and shouted, "UBASTARD, what did you do?" What made Xinxiang feel incredible is that he was able to move again after being blown by the light glow and the breeze again, which really made him unexpected. I don't know what's going on." Xinxiang looked at Luo Junfeng, who was SLA's. Plussing and SLA's. Plussing at the back and couldn't move him. Luo Junfeng suddenly understood that the strange light just now made people unable to move. Xinxiang accidentally triggered the light, and when he arrived, Xinxiang released another person to trigger the light. Then it is his turn to move. When Xinxiang was exposed to light for the second time, he could recover the original and move. "Go to your uncle. Actually want to act lousy." Xinxiang's palm constantly fanned Luo Junfeng's face, playing Papa Luo Junfeng, although unable to move, but can feel pain and more as humiliation. He is Luo Junfeng, but the Imperial Dragon G.O.D. is actually being slapped by such a guy. "You can't kill me." Luo Junfeng was shouted, but just after he had just shouted, Xinxiang picked up Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and shot him dead in 3 or 2. Luo Junfeng is also not the first Imperial Dragon G.O.D. to be killed by Xinxiang with Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. Chu Baocheng is the first. Only Luo Junfeng died more inconspicuously than Chu Baocheng because he came into the cave and was inexplicably settled. He had not been sentenced to a few words by Xinxiang and was killed by Xinxiang. Luo Junfeng is also not the first Imperial Dragon G.O.D. to be killed by Xinxiang with Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. Chu Baocheng is the first. Only Luo Junfeng died more inconspicuously than Chu Baocheng because he came into the cave and was inexplicably settled. He had not been sentenced to a few words by Xinxiang and was killed by Xinxiang. This guy is better than Chu Baocheng. Xinxiang looked at the dead Luo Junfeng, took a deep breath. But it is easier to deal with Chu Baocheng. Luo Junfeng died very unwilling. Chu Baocheng also consumed at least Xinxiang 3 crystal impelments made with Crystal Emperor and a large number of strange, intoxicating spirit poison. However, Luo Junfeng only consumed Xinxiang, a rat man, and was killed alive. An Imperial Dragon G.O.D. was killed and said that no one believed it. Feng Yuan believes that because she saw it in the divine mirror of 6 paths, when she saw it, she couldn't believe her eyes. Shan Xiang killed this horrible imperial dragon Ji. OD killing the dog. It's still easy. The dragon in the body is still alive. It is mine. Shan Xiang checked and found that there are 2 big dragons in Luo Junfeng. The big dragons are all blue thunder dragons, and the others are dozens of small thunder dragons. Shen Xiang handed the body to Bai Yuyu and let her join Long Shui to see if she could get the dragon out, and Chu Baoqing, who also gave it to Bai Yuyu. It has always been Imperial Dragon Ji. Oh, D to rob others of the dragon, and now they are robbed. It should be very rare. Shin Xiang ran out of the cave and saw a black dragon horse outside. He directly released the divine mirror of 6 paths and sealed the horse into a stone room in the divine mirror of 6 paths. He had a huge harvest this time, and he got a batch of dragon horses. And it didn't take much effort. This thing is really bad. Shin Xiang returned to the depths of the cave again and looked at the magical seed. Now he can be sure that this seed has a strong sense of self-protection. Otherwise it will not release the kind. The light is coming. What should I do in the end? Shin Xiang wanted to take the seed away, but now he can't move the seed at all. Shin Xiang walked up and down in the cave, and finally Jiang Samai gave him the idea to try to use the spiritual power to probe the seeds and see if they could connect with the seeds. Shan Xiang tried to do it. There was no reaction, and then tried to go to the blood. It was useless. It takes a certain amount of time to use your spirit. You are a little patient. Jiang Samai tenderly snorted and said, "Can't go halfway, go on." Shin Xiang can only continue. After he tried it for 2 days, suddenly felt subtle changes, and the seed was actually in devour his spiritual power. Although I can't connect with this kind of child, I have a breakthrough. Shan Xiang continued to release stronger physical power, but it didn't take long for the seeds to release a strong radiance. The light that was released this time was different from the previous 2. The light that was released this time was very strong, and it was golden, and it made Shin Xiang's eyes hurt, and this time he was not fixed. The rat man who was fixed before can now move. The seeds came out of the cracks. Shan Xiang sensed that the seeds were moving, and the heart was pleasantly surprised, and hastily reached out to grab. When he grabbed the seeds, he was also trembling in fear. He was worried that this kind of child would release the kind of unspeakable light. His fears were superfluous. This magical seed did not release that kind of light. It just released a faint warmth, lying in the palm of Shin Xiang's palm. Actually is to absorb my spiritual power, recognize my strength. Shen Xiang lightly smiled, then put this seed into Hidden Jade Villa. Let my and Jing sisters try them. Can you plant something? This kind of child is amazing. Let's try to find out the strange energy of this seed, Shin Xiang said. The peculiar energy of the seed is that it can make people inexplicably settle, and the powerful imperial dragon God like Luo Junfeng is destined to move in place. Shen Xiang came out. The tree here is still full of vitality. Although he took the seed, it did not affect the tree here. The tree here has formed a system of self-adolescence, which can continue to absorb the blood mud even without seeds. The strength of the growth. Shan Xiang came out of the cave and came to a quiet place to release the dragon horse of Chu Baoqing. He is now taming this dragon horse. This is a very good mount. It's fast, but it's good. Attack power. Taming dragon horse was a very easy thing for Shin Xiang. Shen Xiang just grabbed 2 blood devil sharks and let the 2 dragon horses have a good time. Dragon horse consciously returned to Shin Xiang. Later, Shen Xiang caught a lot of blood devil shark. Shen Xiang turns divine mirror of 6 paths into a giant net, and it's easy to grab a lot of blood devil shark. There are hundreds of them, and Feng Kur seals a lake in Hidden Jade Villa. It is kept inside. Little Kur, it's up to you now. Shen Xiang said that now only need to wait for Feng Kur to master S.P.A.C. spell and fix the damaged teleportation formation. He will be able to go to the innocent. Shin Xiang is riding a dragon horse at this time, happy in the air, and returns to Heaven's proud empire. Instead of going directly to the Heaven's proud emperor palace, he went to a city in the Heaven's proud empire to find out about things. As he expected, Zhou Zhengyang had a fierce counterattack and took all the man of the country. In short, the Heaven's proud emperor palace became a ruin after a great war, and all the people who controlled the proud pill palace, such as the nationals, were taken down. Poisonous woman, you have heard it. Xin Xiang is now on the road with He Fengyuan. Hey! He Fengyuan was very upset. She was cheated by Zhou Zhengyang for so long. I will send you back to the palace. Xin Xiang said with a smile. I won't go back. Now that this situation is going back, Zhou Zhengyang will definitely kill me. And what is the meaning of my return? He Fengyuan's face is full of anger. She wanted to go back, but Xin Xiang reluctant to send her back. Now that her father has changed, Xin Xiang has to send her back. This is intentional. Don't go back. Where are you going? Xin Xiang said with a laugh. As far as your current strength is concerned, it is very dangerous, not to mention your good looks, if it falls into the hands of some real bee. ASTARDS haha. He Fengyuan suddenly became furious, and he stepped on Xin Xiang's foot, but with her strength, she did not step on Xin Xiang. BASTARD, you tell me honestly, what is the value of my use in your eyes? He Fengyuan has been unable to understand this thing. Do you want me to find happiness? Of course not. You have mastered some of the knowledge of the pillars. You know a lot of things. It is a good tool for me. When I go to the land of innocence, you may be able to use it. Shen Xiang said with a smile. He Fengyuan came up from Dantian in a rush and couldn't vent in his heart. Shen Xiang actually said that she was a tool. Although she knew that Shen Xiang was using her, she said it directly, and she wanted to anger her. He Fengyuan came up from Dantian in a rush and couldn't vent in his heart. Shen Xiang actually said that she was a tool. Although she knew that Shen Xiang was using her, she said it directly, and she wanted to anger her. Why, you don't want to? Xin Xiang smiled and then took care of himself and ignored He Fengyuan. He Fengyuan slammed his feet, hastily followed, and now she is helpless and feels that she can only swallow. Followed Xin Xiang, the evil devil, a period of time, and wait for myself to recover. Do you really not go back to the imperial palace? Zhou Zhengyang might put you in a horse. Anyway, you are already a waste, Xin Xiang said. Never go back. You don't know what is going on with me. He Fengyuan coldly said. How do you say that there are children? When Shen Xiang said this, he suddenly remembered that the child between them was the second prince who had been killed by him. Seeing Shen Xiang's look, He Fengyuan seems to know what Xin Xiang is thinking, said with a sneer. The two princes were grabbed by me, not me and his children, and he knew it. 2 princes will inherit the throne in the future, and he will turn a blind eye. Xin Xiang was very surprised. So I always thought that Zhou Zhengyang was a kind of sea. Oh, Croach. I didn't expect this guy to be so tolerable. I think if it wasn't for you to suddenly come out, maybe I can take charge of the imperial palace in the future. He Fengyuan said this, he stunned Xin. Xiang glanced. Xin Xiang shook his head. I got married with Zhou Zhengyang, mainly because my father forced him. It was originally the mother of the 5 gimmicks who wanted to be the queen. Because of the strength of my father, Heaven's proud empress is me, He Fengyuan said. Well, you really will play. Xin Xiang snorted, and now they have walked out of the city. Now he understands why Zhou Zhengyang let him kill He Fengyuan. And actually Zhou Zhengyang is also hateful to He Fengyuan. Yeah, but they got together, and after one emperor, it was really very rare to see the existence. How much pills do you inherit from your envy? Xin Xiang asked. Is it useful to go to the innocent? Of course it is useful. I am a father who can refine the world-defying G. Oh, D-level. On the road of inaugural roads, there are also many pillars of world-defying G. Oh, D-level. My knowledge will definitely help you this be. ASTARD. He He Feng Yuan also knows Xin Xiang doesn't know about high-level pill medicine, but it is a very promising alchemist, Dan Xiao's superior innate talent. Xin Xiang let He Feng Yuan enter the divine mirror of 6 paths. Then he rides the dragon horse and heads to the BL Y Plain to Oxhead Mountain, where he waits patiently for the success of Feng Ku'er. Xin Xiang feels idle. Just grab the Blood Devil Shark. Blood Devil Shark can be said to be a treasure, and his divine sea world is very large, can accommodate a lot of Blood Devil Shark. This Y Plain is really strong and can breed so many Blood Devil Sharks. Xin Xiang has caught a lot of Blood Devil Shark, but there are still many. The Y Plains are very old, but there are a lot of Tao Creation Saint Stone and Tao Creation Saint Crystal, so this blood mud has a lot of energy. These Blood Devil Sharks are all evolved from the early Violent Soul. Later it has been multiplied and eaten a lot of Tao Creation Saint Stone, which will become so powerful over time. He Feng Yuan said, "Right, why didn't I see Violent Soul here? Isn't this a 5th layer world-defying soul river?" Xin Xiang asked. The Violent Soul of the 5th layer is very rare. The world-defying soul river has long since dried up. Even with the Violent Soul, it is hidden and not so easy to find. In short, there is Violent Soul, just go straight to find it. He Feng Yuan feels that he can get PAC Saint Soul is very lucky, but Xin Xiang has abolished the cultivation base. The 5th layer world-defying soul river is inherently high, and the violent world-defying soul is rare, and it is even rarer to see the inaugural land. After a few days, Feng Kut spent another 70 years in the 3rd level time domain and had successfully realized the SPAC spell at the 3rd level. Although there were not many SPAC spells, Feng Ku'er used it. It took only 700 years to master it. Xin Xiang hastily returns to the stone room at Oxhead Mountain. Feng Ku'er came out of Hidden Jade Villa and took a Crystal Emperor and said, "I want to use the Crystal Emperor to fix it. It doesn't take long." Feng Ku'er used her mysterious golden needle to make some powder from the Crystal Emperor. Then she used her world-defying force to condense PAC spell, crystallize the Crystal Emperor powder, and finally cover it in teleportation. The damage on the formation, the perfect fit on the damaged Tao Creation spell. Feng Ku'er was repaired very quickly, and in just 3 days, the teleportation formation was fixed. It's best to use 15 Crystal Emperors. Feng Ku'er said, the Crystal Emperor needed this time is a bit more, but for stability. This is fine. Xin Xiang took out 15 Crystal Emperors to Feng Ku'er and placed Feng Ku'er. There are not many grooves in the Crystal Emperor, but Feng Ku'er is proficient in formation, knowing to place where it can also be absorbed by the teleportation formation. Xin Xiang is very relieved that Feng Ku'er itself is the spirit of the formation barrier, is very proficient in these nature. There are so many formation barriers in the world, but it is not easy to breed a spirit. This is a very rare coincidence. When you are ready, you can start teleportation formation. This time, don't be like last time, giggle. Feng Ku'er Jiao said with a smile, the last time Xin Xiang was sent here, I met Zhou Jiqin, their 5 sisters. In fact, it's nothing to do again. I didn't see anything last time. I felt a little disappointed, hee. Xin Xiang smirked. But he does need to be more prepared. If he sends this to a soul beast, he'll encounter a powerful soul beast, which is very dangerous. He took a few deep breaths, held the divine mirror of 6 paths, and turned on teleportation formation. He Feng Yuan in divine mirror of 6 paths is also very nervous because her current strength is very low. She is going to innovate. She doesn't know what her future fate will be, and she is even less clear about Xin Xiang. Can this guy survive on the land of innocence? Xin Xiang killed 2 Imperial Dragon G. Oh, DS. If they were known by the Imperial Dragon Palace, they would definitely be chased. This is also a bit of concern for He Feng Yuan. The transfer process is quickly over. Xin Xiang appeared in a dark place all around, and it was a little cold. He immediately went into stealth and then used Dao Heart Eye to observe all around. He was surprised to find that the situation here was very strange. There was a strong flame, force, but it is sealed. The seal of the flame is still the power of ice. No matter, go out and say it. Xin Xiang tried it. He can use S-P-A-C power here. Although this place is already a pioneering place, he has S-P-A-C Saint Soul, which can break through the law of S-P-A-C, but not as smooth as that's it before. After Shen Xiang teleport went out, he came to the bright place, and the outside was actually land of ice and snow. What made him unexpected was that the place where he was actually in the body of a behemoth. This black tortoise? Fire black tortoise beast? Shen Xiang looked at the huge black tortoise that turned into an iceberg and was very surprised. Shen Xiang rarely sees the black tortoise beast, and it is still a very strange fire black tortoise beast. Now he sees it, but it is frozen and sealed. Shen Xiang rarely sees the black tortoise beast, and it is still a very strange fire black tortoise beast. Now he sees it, but it is frozen and sealed. What surprised him most was that there was another teleportation formation in the black tortoise beastly body. Because of the previous experience, Xin Xiang was already prepared when he was transmitting, and he had guessed many possibilities, but never thought that the teleportation formation would appear in a huge beastly body that was sealed. This place is really cold. What is the seal of the black tortoise beast? Xin Xiang was in a cold wind, and it seemed that a strong blizzard was brewing. This is a super seal. It should be more than just sealing the black tortoise beast. It is a seal of this area, and everything inside it is frozen. Feng Kuter said, "You will leave this area soon. If the power of the next seal breaks out, you may be frozen." This scared Shen Xiang hastily called the dragon horse, and then rode the dragon horse to fly. How big is this place? Shen Xiang flew for half an hour, and the blizzard became more and more intense. Originally, he let dragon horse fly as he meant, but he found that dragon horse seemed familiar with it, and then he let dragon horse fly by instinct. I don't know, I looked in the memory of the 2 Imperial Dragon G. Oh, DS. Bai Yuyu said they should know some. Bai Yuyu soon got the result and said, "The place you are in is called Snow Seal, very vast." It is said that this snow was sealed because 2 formation grandmasters left behind after the contest. 2 formation grandmaster contests? Xin Xiang was secretly stunned in his heart, but he almost killed him. He has to leave this place now. Sister Yuyu, the 2 Imperial Dragon G. Oh, yes. How did they go to the 5th layer before? Did the teleportation formation in Ox Head Mountain destroy them? Xin Xiang asked. It was their destruction, but they didn't go through the teleportation formation, but instead took the dragon horse and flew to the 5th layer after a few days of flying. Bai Yu said, Shan Xiang can only make the dragon horse fly faster. Otherwise, he may have to be frozen here, and the ice-cold power is getting stronger and stronger. A few days later, Dragon Horse finally took Xin Xiang out of the snow and died. The dragon horse was also frozen and needed a break for a period of time. Fortunately, Shan Xiang got 2 dragon horses and he could use them. It's finally coming to a normal place. Is it supposed to be a land of innocence? Xin Xiang lay on a pile of rocks and looked at the glaring sun in the air. No, there are still 9 small inside this sun. Xin Xiang sat up fiercely, and after a careful look, there were 9 small Fireb. A-L-L-S after the strong sunlight. There's not much improvement in the atmosphere of this ingenious place. Shan Xiang secretly sensed violent soul power, which is a little stronger than in the 5th layer. I finally came to this place. I don't know if I can find the Sun Old Ancestor and Gutong. Xin Xiang recalled that after crossing the 1st layer world-defying Soul River, he came here all the way, during the various things that happened during the period. Like what happened yesterday, Shen Xiang doesn't dare to ride the dragon horse now, fearing that it will be known by the Imperial Dragon Palace. But he is about the same speed as the Divine Mirror of Six Paths, and he can make Divine Mirror of Six Paths stealth. Divine Mirror of Six Paths, flying low on the wasteland, after a period of time, finally came to a green area with mountains and water, and Violent Soul power seemed to be richer. Through the green S.P.A.C., Shin Xiang came to an ancient forest. Where is there in this place? I don't know much. Shen Xiang came out of the Divine Mirror of Six Paths and climbed onto a big tree to observe the environment. There are, of course, people in the land of innocence, and the people here are very strong. Little poison woman, do you have a herbs here? Shen Xiang asked He Feng Yuan in Divine Mirror of Six Paths. He Feng Yuan can see many flowers under the forest from inside. Neither. Do you think the precious high-level herbs will be like wild wildflowers everywhere? He Feng Yuan said with no anger, if it is high-level herbs, there must be a vision nearby. Shen Xiang snorted and then jumped on the tree like a monkey, jumping around between the trees. He wanted to find out if he could find herbs, because he felt that there was no one in the woods. And the gas of life is very rich. Maybe there will be any good herbs here. Senior sister is a quick look. There is a monkey there, and it's not too small. In the distance, suddenly a child shouted, and the child pointed to Shin Xiang, who was jumping. Shin Xiang heard this faint voice coming, almost fell. He was mistaken for a monkey. He could not help doubting life. Is lousy like a monkey? Shin Xiang stood on a branch and looked at the child in the distance. The child was only about 5 or 6 years old, a bald head, and the skull was SHI plus Ning. Your family is a monkey. Shan Xiang couldn't help but whisper, then looked at the 3 people behind the boy, 2 men and 1 woman. Both men are handsome and tall, the women are also tall, and they all wear the same light white robes, should be the same sect or something. Because even the bald child is wearing the same style of robes. I read it wrong. It's not a monkey, it's a savage. Little Bald said with a smile, Senior sister, senior brother, I want to catch him in the past. Wait, let us go. A Jianmei man quickly pressed the bald head and rushed. Another elegant man holding this fan jumped gently and jumped onto the tree, then stepped on the branches toward Shin Xiang rush over. I am not a savage. Shin Xiang shouted in the distance, then came to the ground. He could not wait to go immediately. Beat the little bald. He was so handsome, actually mistaken twice. Although Shin Xiang is not a savage, the 2 men who rushed over were wary of Shin Xiang, but they felt that the saint world-defying soul in Shin Xiang had only a late stage and was relieved. Shin Xiang is surrounded by these 2 men and feels awkward. They are all divine world-defying realm, which is beyond the peak of world-defying sacred realm. It is much more powerful than the 2 Imperial Dragon G. Oh, DS. Of course. This is the place to innovate. It must be the place where expert gathers. The Sun Old Ancestor and Gutong have traveled long distances to this place. The tall woman of the tall does not know what is going on, grabs Little Bald, unexpectedly flies over. She can fly. Shin Xiang, if you don't use the dragon strength, you can't fly. The woman can fly. It must have been a strange skill. Really a person. Little Bald said with a disappointment, pouting slightly. This forest is just planted by our dark green soul sect. How can anyone be here? The refined man frowned and looked at Shen Xiang with suspicion. This forest is just planted by our dark green soul sect. How can anyone be here? The refined man frowned and looked at Shen Xiang with suspicion. I lost my way, and then I came to this place. Shin Xiang looked at with a smile. You big brother, big sister, can you take me out of this place? It's big, I am afraid. After the little bald heard it, happily said with a smile, This big person is actually a little rainbow. You are ashamed. I am not shy. Take me out of here. Shan Xiang said again, deliberately pretending to be very scared. Let's go with us when you wait, said the woman. Little Bald coldly snorted. How did this guy come here? I really don't understand. The elegant man he smiled. It should be the poor. Come to this place in search of herbs. Yes, those poor people want to pick good herbs all day long. But unfortunately, they can't recognize them even if they get good herbs, and they don't know how to use them. Another man said with a smile, Shen Xiang heard the strange things. There are actually poor people here. This is the place of innocence. The people here should be expert. Even the little bald is the peak of world-defying sacred realm. Although Shen Xiang was puzzled, he did not ask, but followed them. Although the words of the two men were very harsh, Shen Xiang did not say anything. After a long time, they finally got out of the forest. Shen Xiang didn't expect the forest to be planted by a sect. I don't know what they mean. You can see a town when you go there. The woman pointed in one direction. Many thanks, elder sister. Shen Xiang said with grat. 1, 2. Only this woman did not say anything about his words along the way. Even the little bald, from time to time, ridiculed Shen Xiang a few words. Let Shen Xiang think that these sect disciples seem to have a feeling of aloof and remote, especially the little bald, who feels that Shen Xiang's strength is not as strong as wild monkeys. You're welcome. The woman is against Shen Xiang lightly smiled. Don't get lost again next time. If you stray into some dangerous places, you are not so lucky. Yes, Shen Xiang said noddly. Hey, this idiot can live for so long. Luck is really good. That little bald lightly snorted and said, You are an idiot. Shen Xiang finally couldn't bear it, said, You dare to marry me. Little bald was angry. It seems that you are not particularly stupid, knowing that idiots are horrible words. Can you marry me? Why can't I marry you? Shen Xiang said, This little bald looks like 5 or 6 years old. But Shen Xiang knows that his true age is definitely not just that. Senior brother, hurry up! Little bald is angry and shouted. The two senior brothers just wanted to fight, and the woman snorted. You are enough. Give me back. I don't go back. He scolds me. I must let him know what is wrong. Little bald said his body had a faint golden light, and he saw him suddenly become a 15-year-old youngster. He still had a bald head. Shen Xiang secretly despised, obviously a youngster, turned into a little girl, and now he was stunned a few words. It revealed the original shape. Although it is a youngster, this age has the cultivation base of world-defying sacred realm, which is also very powerful. Sorry, I shouldn't yell at you for idiots, because you have used this word to swear at me. I should yell at you stupid. Your head is like a fool. Shen Xiang finished. Haha smiled. Stand up. I want to kill you. The bald youngster suddenly became angry, and a sword stabbed, but his sword was knocked out by the woman. Senior sister, what are you doing? You didn't see this guy and the junior brother? The refined man said, Master has confessed that sect can't arbitrarily fight. If you are fight, you can. But I will definitely report it back. Woman coldly said. Shen Xiang licked his mouth, then turned his head and ran wildly. Anyway, he had already won the light and anger, and his purpose had been reached. This guy, I must make him look good. The bald youngster was stunned. If you have a few mentalities that are not correct, if you don't change it, you will definitely get rid of something in the future. After the woman finished, she flew away to the distance. Shen Xiang has come to a town. He came here and only felt like the previous 5th layer, because the overall strength of the people here is similar to that of the 5th layer, but it will occasionally sense the atmosphere of divine, world-defying realm. This is not in the 5th layer. It seems that it is not easy to step into divine, world-defying realm. It is still trading with myriad Tao divine soil crystal, so Shen Xiang will not be too poor for the time being. If his myriad Tao divine soil crystal is not enough, he can also sell the Crystal Emperor. I don't know if Xuanfei is here. Su Maiyao asked softly. The grandmother is also true. Just take Xuanfei away. Ray. Assured, I will definitely find her. This is a very invasive place. It is not so easy to find the whereabouts of Peng Xuanfei. Pang Xuanfei is not famous, so it is difficult to find out, but Gu Tong and Sun Old Ancestor are different. Shen Xiang has a little inquiries about their whereabouts. Gu Tong is the refiner grandmaster and is currently a sect's elder. The sect is called Dao Creation Sect. Shen Xiang frowned and said, "This Dao Creation Sect sounds amazing. I don't know if I can go." And the Sun Old Ancestor is not the same as Gu Tong. He is called Luo Jiang here. Legend here, the 9 little suns appearing in the sun are the masterpieces of the Sun Old Ancestor. He is erratic and does not have any sex. This Shen Xiang heard, although there is no whereabouts of the Sun Old Ancestor. But know where Gu Tong is also good, because Gu Tong and Sun Old Ancestor came to this place. Maybe there is any connection between them. It seems that I have to go to Dao Creation Sect. Next, Shen Xiang began to inquire about where Dao Creation Sect was. After a long half-day inquiries, he learned that Dao Creation Sect is one of the top 10 sects here, and the several disciplines he encountered before were Dark Green Soul. This Dark Green Soul sect is actually one of the top 10 sects. The Imperial Dragon Palace is one of the powerful forces alongside the top 10 sects. If the disciplines of the top 10 sects are cultivated, the people of the Imperial Dragon Palace will not dare to rob them, and they will only dare to H those who are weak. This Imperial Dragon Palace is really a very evil existence. I will kill them in the future. Shen Xiang already knows where Dao Creation Sect is. The sun here is Chongyun, so you can determine the direction through the sun. Just go in that direction and find out on the road to find Dao Creation Sect. Shen Xiang rides Divine Mirror of 6 paths and flies in stealth. Now he has the direction, and he won't worry about not knowing how to go. Shen Xiang rides Divine Mirror of 6 paths and flies in stealth. Now he has the direction, and he won't worry about not knowing how to go. After flying for more than 10 days, Shen Xiang finally came to a place near Dao Creation Sect. It was a very scattered area, not a town or something. That is, many people gathered in this place. The group of people who came to the earliest can occupy a good position here and build a store building or something. Of course, if the strength is not strong enough and you can't keep the store, you will be taken away at any time. Dao Creation Sect doesn't care about the things here, so the order here is very confusing. But no one dares to break out the Great War here. Otherwise it will do something to destroy the city, and an expert here will eliminate it. Although there will not be a large-scale battle, but a small number of small. Shen Xiang just came to the most chaotic place outside the outermost. I saw a few headless bodies on the ground. Were killed by the street. The people who start with are mostly strong. Are they vendettas? Or are they hired? Shen Xiang looked at the bodies on the ground and frowned his brows. The land of innocence is not as good as he imagined, and it is still the place where the weak are prey to the strong. Here, people like Shen Xiang, such as the world-defying Sacred Realm late stage, are everywhere, and the middle stage and the initial stage are quite a lot. And the people of world-defying Sacred Realm, if they're not too lazy, can make a good job. Days. Shen Xiang walked in this indiscriminate area, and there was a noisy voice in front of him. He immediately looked at it and saw 5 black shadows appearing on the street. Everyone let them go. These are the 5 black-robed men, all of them at the peak of divine world-defying realm. They are covered in faces, and the knives in their hands are bleeding, and they rush to the street. Just when Shen Xiang wondered what the black-robed man was doing, he saw one of the black-robed men suddenly rush, plussing to the front of the street and standing in front of an old man, waving his knife directly to the neck of the old man. Shen Xiang didn't expect that these black-robed men actually killed innocent people, and he immediately discovered that the reason for the black-robed man murder was only because the old man's booth was slightly out. At this time, many people are far away from this street, and people on the street are also shrinking on both sides of the street. No one even dares to walk on the street. It seems that there is someone going through it, and these black-robed men are responsible. Clear road. The middle of the street was soon empty, and only Xinxiang was still standing in the middle of the street. He was stunned because the old man was beheaded. After he came back, he quickly rushed to the side of the old man, then attached the skull to the neck and released the force of regeneration to pick it up. Old man at this time, he lost too much blood and was very weak. Xinxiang took out a blood shark and gave it to the old man. The blood shark dy Dan itself contains a lot of blood energy. After the old man ate it, he suddenly became ruddy, and everyone saw the scene, and he could not help but secretly screamed and was rescued. Of course, everyone is also worried about this, because the 5 black-robed men have also witnessed all of this, and some people have saved them from killing them. This is to provoke them. The 5 black-robed men were unreasonable. After seeing this scene, the 2 black-robed men immediately rushed over, and the sharp knives smashed into the necks of Xinxiang and Old Man, respectively. But Xinxiang is a little faster than them. When they just slashed, Xinxiang had a sword. The sword of divine mirror of 6 paths and 9 firmaments divine sword was left with only 1 Dao Qi rainbow and 2 black-robed. Man's neck has been fallen to the ground. Everyone saw that each one was dumbstruck. They were all locals and naturally knew what kind of black-robed man was there, but now some people dared to fight them. The other 3 black-robed men also saw it, but they didn't immediately fight this time because they all saw that Xinxiang was strong and they might not be opponents. "You don't know who we are." A black-robed man spoke. "I don't know. I only know who kills me, I will kill anyone." Xinxiang said coldly, "Do you want to kill me too?" "Good." The black-robed man finished and went away with the other 2 black-robed men, and the bodies of their companions did not. "Thank you, young master." The old man hastily gratefully he thought he was dead. Just in the old man who was raised by Xinxiang, there were several very violent breaths in the distance. Xinxiang immediately looked at the past and saw something as big as the 8 giant elephants, dragging a cart of gold and jade in glorious splendor and slowly coming. "It's dragon elephant." Xinxiang stared at the dragon elephant, the golden armor of the head. It was a combination of dragon and elephant. Just like the dragon horse, it looks more powerful than the dragon horse and definitely can fly. Xinxiang also found that 6 of the 8-headed dragon elephants were riding a black-robed man. Only 2 of them had no black-robed man, because the 2 black-robed men had been kneed down by Xinxiang. Head. Of course, although he was left behind, he was still able to save his life. Xinxiang did not destroy their souls. The old man saw the giant car dragged by the 8 giant dragon elephants, and his legs could not help but tremble. Everyone looked at Xinxiang, and his eyes were telling Xinxiang, "You have a major event." Xinxiang was just scared and didn't panic. He grabbed the old man's trembling wrist and made the old man calm down a lot. The 8-headed dragon elephant came to the black-robed man with 2 bodies, separated, and stopped. "But you killed them?" There was a cold woman voice inside the cart. "Yes." Xinxiang gave a slight touch, and there were several divine world-defying realm atmospheres, which made him feel dignified. "Why kill them?" The cold voice of the woman came again. "They killed me. I counterattacked for self-protection. What's wrong with it?" Xinxiang visited. "There is nothing wrong with them. But they are my men. Right or wrong, you kill my men. Just do it right with me. I will kill you. If you have strength, you can naturally fight back again." The woman said with a sneer, "Are you ready to fight back?" "I am not as good as you. I can't fight back now. If you really want to kill me, please let me know your name before you start. I will be ready in the future, and I will definitely take your dog's life." Xinxiang indifferently said. When everyone heard Xinxiang's words, they took a deep breath, and many people were hastily away from the street. Xinxiang also let the old man rush out of here. "It seems that you really don't know who I am. The newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. The ignorant is fearless. Can you prepare for death?" The woman's cold voice with a hint of contempt. "I won't die. Why should I prepare?" Xinxiang said with a sneer, You don't tell me your name is no problem. You seem to be a celebrity. I will definitely be able to hear your name. Then you are now, just fight. After Xinxiang finished, he fell into a silence and did not know why. After the silence, a white woman with a mask walked down the RV and saved the two black-robed men on the ground. The two black-robed men rode on a huge dragon elephant and continued on. Go! No one is going to attack Xinxiang. Xinxiang looked at the big car and went to the distance and felt very confused in his heart. Those people did not shoot him and did not say anything, so he left. Xinxiang looked at the big car and went to the distance and felt very confused in his heart. Those people did not shoot him and did not say anything, so he left. After seeing the car, everyone was embarrassed. As said, at this time they did not dare to come. They were afraid of Xinxiang. Only the old man, saved by Xinxiang, just came over and took Xinxiang to leave. Xinxiang followed the old man to a broken house, which is the residence of the old man. The old man is called Lu Jiwei, although there is a cultivation base of the world-defying sacred realm middle stage. It is a very popular film here, so his life is not good. Little brother, you are really fat. Don't you know the guy's coming? Lu Jiwei poured a GLA S of water into Xinxiang and exclaimed, I really don't know what they are, but I am not afraid of them. Xinxiang lightly smiled. Old Lu, what the guys are? Why are they so arrogant and killing people in the street? This is the case in this place. As long as you have the strength, you can see life as a mustard. Like my weak old man, if you are not lucky, you will be inexplicably killed by those experts. Lu Jiwei sighs helplessly. Xinxiang finished the GLA S of water and listened carefully. The only big-headed dragon elephant dragged the car. That is one of the top 10 sects from Dragon Elephant Sect. And the more dragon elephant you have, the more noble you are. It is said that among the Dragon Elephant Sect, the most noble the person has 9-headed dragon elephant, and that was 8 heads, so the people in the car should be the more distinguished ones of Dragon Elephant Sect. Lu Jiwei said, As for the woman inside, I am not sure. Dragon elephant? Which one is better than the dragon? Xinxiang is very curious about the dragon elephant. He thinks he can make a dragon elephant because he has a strong one among the 6 beasts. Earth-suppressing divine elephant, defense and attack are terrible. There are different things. The dragon elephant is a combination of the dragon violent soul and the violent soul, and the dragon elephant sex variant cultivating their dragon elephant divine art can also condense the dragon elephant, says Lu Jiwei. Isn't this Tao creation sect? What did dragon elephant sect run here? Is there relations? Hi plus P good? Xinxiang came here to see Tao creation sect. Yes, the relations. Hi plus P between dragon elephant sect and Tao creation sect is very good. Lu Jiwei said, the 2 sects often come and go. Old Lu, do you think the top 10 sects here are the strongest? Xinxiang had inquired before, but there were different opinions, and those people didn't know much about these sex things. Lu Jiwei, although the cultivation base is not high, he has been here for many years. It is good to get a small broken house here. He should know more about these big sects. Everything has its own strengths. But if the strength is more prominent, it should be Tao Creation Sect, because Tao Creation Sect is proficient in the pillar formation refiner, and the control and gestation of violent world-defying soul has been studied intensively for many years. It is a comprehensive one. Sect, Lu Jiwei said. Is there any way to join Tao Creation Sect? Xinxiang asked. I want to try it out. Can you go in? Little brother, depending on your strength, there should be no problem. But after you go in, you need to be careful. Lu Jiwei had previously seen Xinxiang's acting style, but you just had a complaint with the man. If you know it by Tao Creation Sect, then I don't know. Lu Jiwei added, Xinxiang didn't care about this. Where are you going to sign up for Tao Creation Sect? Is there any assessment? This is not necessary. Now, Tao Creation Sect has a lot of disciplines, so Tao Creation Sect has not recruited disciplines. If you want to enter Tao Creation Sect, you can only refer to the excellent disciplines inside Tao Creation Sect. Generally, only the temple disciple is eligible for referrals. The temple disciple is the person who is eligible to enter the Tao Creation Sect Temple Master. It is said that the entire Tao Creation Sect has only more than 1,000 disciplines with such qualifications. Lu Jiwei said, "You just have to find a temple discipline. I want to find a way to please him or to show his strength and let him introduce it. If your level is good, referrals will also be rewarded, so you don't have to worry about the temple disciples ignore you." Shin Xiang said with a smile, "This is really a good way. Old Lu, have you tried to enter Tao Creation Sect before?" Lu Jiwei laughed at himself. "I certainly tried it. I have also found more than a dozen temples, but they are not satisfied, so I did not succeed." Shen Xiang remembered the little bald people I met before. They are all disc green soul sex discipline, and they are still young and they are all good. "Little brother, are you coming up from below?" Lu Jiwei said, "You don't seem to know anything about it here." "Yes, I have just arrived soon." Shin Xiang smiled. "It's all good guys from below. It's very difficult to hear that, and we are born and raised here. Compared to you, there is a lack of experience." Lu Jiwei suddenly apologized to Shin Xiang, who felt that Shin Xiang's age might be uncertain, be bigger than him. Shin Xiang and Lu Jiwei talked about it when they were dark. In the middle of the night, he came to a relatively neat street. The houses here are not broken. It shows a prosperous city. Even in the middle of the night, there are still many people walking on the street. Tao Creation Sect is not in the mountains, but in the Imperial Palace. There are many large and small halls in Tao Creation Sect, and the Temple of Inaugural is Temple Master. Only the discipline that enters Temple Master is the core of Tao Creation Sect. To get into Tao Creation Sect, you need a referral to the Temple discipline. Shan Xiang thinks this is very easy, but now he has to find a temple discipline first. He inquired that there is a mountain-like hotel in this area called the Supreme Hotel, where there is often disco access to Tao Creation Sect. Shin Xiang is now in the Supreme Hotel. He has myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal, so he can stay like a grandfather. Among the hotels, there are 900-story high-rise buildings in the entire mountain house. There are thousands of houses of various sizes, which are very size and like a town. Such a huge hotel also occupies such a good place to build mountains and rivers. At first glance, the owner of this hotel must be a very powerful person. Otherwise, it will have been divided up. Tao Creation Sect is the most powerful sect among the top 10 sects, so other sects, disciplines, or children of various powers of the family often come here to gather, on the one hand to draw good talents, and the other to do business or something. And more is to come here to find superiority. Shen Xiang is hanging around in the villa. He is asking where the discure of Tao Creation Sect is. Shin Xiang will soon have a reward. Just give a little reward to myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal. It is easy to ask what you want to know. Shin Xiang will soon have a reward. Just give a little reward to myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal. It is easy to ask what you want to know. There are a few Dragon Elephant Sect disciples here too. This is Shen Xiang's surprise. He thought that Dragon Elephant Sect disciple would be among Tao Creation Sect. After all, it was a guest, and should live in Tao Creation Sect. Correct. If you are recognized, it may be a little troublesome. Shin Xiang is considering whether he has changed his appearance. Just now he found out that Dragon Elephant Sect discipline is a place to appreciate what divine weapons. Now Shen Xiang is heading to the tall building, and the divine weapon appreciation is there. Shin Xiang was stopped at the door. The divine weapon appreciation did not need any invitations. It only needed to show off its divine weapon. If the goalkeeper felt divine weapon was good, he was allowed to go in. Shin Xiang took out the blood fire divine sword, which he grabbed from ancient fire Jiao Desectine, and made it with Tao Creation Saint Stone. Even here, it is a very good divine weapon. Very good. The big man who watched the gate saw Xinxiang take out the blood-fire divine sword. The posture suddenly fell a lot, and his face was full of awe, because he knew that he could come up with this divine weapon. People are not ordinary people. Today they have seen many such people, all of whom are famous children. Xinxiang is easy to enter the building. Divine weapon appreciation is distributed in 1 to 9 layers. Each floor is filled with divine weapon, which is called Refiner Famous Refining. The divine weapon in the first layer is, of course, rank comparison. Poor! Xinxiang just saw it with a slight sweep. Then he came to the second layer and so on until the 7th layer, where divine weapon was barely able to see it, because divine weapon, which started here, was made with Crystal Emperor. The divine weapons on those floors were densely populated, and by the 7th layer, divine weapon and divine weapon saw distances that were far removed, as divine weapons of the CLA. S began to fall. Divine weapon Xinxiang, which was made with Crystal Emperor, is also invisible. But these divine weapons have a feature that they use Tao Creation spell to refine. At the 8th level, divine weapon refining with Crystal Emperor is still used, but here divine weapon has added more Crystal Emperor, more than the previous 7 layer, and only a total of 7 or 8 divine weapon. There are more than 200 pieces in the 7th layer, and the other floors are more than 1,000. With divine weapon in the 8th layer, you can be worthy of the name divine weapon building. Xinxiang looked at divine weapon in the 8th floor, where divine weapon used at least 10 crystals. The Emperor is refining, and at least 3 Tao creation spells are added. The divine weapon here makes Xinxiang feel very good. Feng Kur is in the hidden jade villa, but after she saw it, she praised it again and again. It's very expensive. You should need dozens of Crystal Emperors to buy it. Xinxiang said, You have wanted to come? Not a Tao creation Saint Stone. If you refine it with Crystal Emperor, little Ku'er will be able to toss it out. Long Shui said, She is very picky. The name of the building is Divine Weapon Building. Xinxiang also came to listen to people after he came in. He hasn't seen Tao creation, sex, temple discipline until here. Is it in the 9th layer? I didn't guess wrong. The divine weapon of the 9th layer should have been refining with Tao creation Saint Stone. Xinxiang was also very much looking forward to walking up the stairs. However, there is a black iron door with a sliding door on the top of the stairs. This is actually closed and no one is guarding the door. Young man, above is the 9th layer. It's not so easy to get in. You have to have divine weapon refining Tao creation Saint Stone. The following is an old man responsible for guarding the 8th floor. If there is such a divine weapon, how do you get in? Xinxiang asked. Use this divine weapon to gently touch the doorway, that's all right, said the old man. In the middle of the black door, there is a round green emerald like a disc. Xinxiang took out the blood-fire divine sword and touched it gently. The door opened. The old man was a little surprised because he couldn't recognize the sect or family from which Xinxiang came from, but he could have divine weapon made by Tao creation Saint Stone. After Xinxiang opened the door, he walked in immediately, and then the door closed again. There are many people in this layer, some young people, there are dozens or so. There are not many divine weapons here, only 30 pieces, all placed in the transparent crystal showcase, also protected by the barrier. When everyone saw someone coming in, they couldn't help but be curious. They immediately looked at it, but it was a strange face, because in their circles, even if they have not seen it, they will certainly hear it, and none of them dozens of people know who this person is. Xinxiang just glanced at the people here, then went to see those divine weapon. There are several women. He does not know which dragon elephant sect. The most surprising thing about Xinxiang is his cultivation base, which is only world-defying sacred realm late stage. You should know that the young people here are divine world-defying realm. A world-defying sacred realm late stage guy. Actually divine weapon refining Tao creation Saint Stone. Everyone cannot help but doubt. Xinxiang cannot hold this divine weapon? This Xiong Tai, you are very raw. A purple-clothed man came over with a smile. Under the Dame Creation's sex discipline, Ding Yuhai, I don't know where Xiong Tai came from. I came from the world-defying soul, River Fifth Layer. Xinxiang answered truthfully and then hugged the purple-clothed man. Xinxiang! It is actually the world-defying soul, River Fifth Layer. But generally it is also the world-defying sacred realm peak from that place. In front of this Xinxiang, it is only the late stage. This is really not easy. I don't know if I can look at Brother Shin's divine weapon. Since this is the divine weapon appreciation, I think Brother Shin will not mind it. Ding Yuhai said with a smile. Xinxiang took out the blood-fire divine sword and saw a few people immediately watched it. Xinxiang didn't expect it. The group actually liked to see other people's divine weapon. There are some conservative refining techniques, but it can be seen that the refining master has a very solid foundation. Yes, this sword is also a long time, but the refining master was so brilliant at the time. This should be a famous. Who is refining? World-defying soul, River Fifth Layer has this refining master. It should come in the morning. This method is a bit like Luo Jiang, but it is not. It seems to be imitating Luo Jiang's technique. This was Ding Yuhai's careful observation. Xinxiang couldn't help but admire the guys. I can see so many doorways. The blood-fire divine sword is ancient fire Ji. Oh, D-sect, and the Luo Jiang is the sun-old ancestor, and the sun-old ancestor is from the ancient fire Ji. Oh, D-sect. The refining master is somewhat identical in terms of tactics. Shetai, where did you come from this sword? Ding Yuhai was very curious. There is a relations. H.I. plus P between the people who make this divine sword and Luo Jiang. I grabbed it. As for whether he has a relations, H.I. plus P with Luo Jiang, I don't know. Xinxiang said. Everyone was stunned. They thought that Xinxiang would endlessly talk about the origins of this red divine sword. I didn't expect Xinxiang to finish it. Everyone was stunned. They thought that Xinxiang would endlessly talk about the origins of this red divine sword. I didn't expect Xinxiang to finish it. Grab it. You have a world-defying sacred realm late stage. Can you grab such a good divine sword? Everyone is full of disbelief. You, how strong are you? It is reasonable to say that people with this divine sword will not be too weak, so it's not good to grab it. Ding Yuhai asked, and this is what many people want to ask. Good luck, that guy is just hurt, I was leaked. Xinxiang said with a smile. This is indeed possible, and everyone can only admire Xinxiang for being too lucky. For Xiong Tai, you just came up from the world-defying soul River Fifth Layer. You definitely didn't join the sect? How about Tao Creation sect? It's near here, Ding Yuhai said. A white man said with a smile. Ding Yuhai, he is only world-defying sacred realm late stage. You want to recommend him to Tao Creation sect? You are not afraid to be blamed? I heard that you Tao Creation sect's temple, discipline, indiscriminate referral. I will lose the qualification for referrals. You are too sloppy. Xinxiang just quietly noticed a few women here, and no woman fits the atmosphere of the Dragon Elephant sect. He had heard that the woman would be here and made him worry. Now that I saw this woman not here, he was relieved. Old Ding, this brat only has a good divine sword. It doesn't mean that his apartment Tude is good. If the innate talent is not high, he can't adolescence later, which will leave you a bad reputation. Yes, to introduce, at least it must be divine world, define realm. Everyone is persuading Ding Yuhai, but Xinxiang is expressionless, and he is hesitant to watch divine weapon. Ding Yuhai is just hesitating. Xinxiang can see that these sect disciples should have a good position in their sect, and their sect may have the same referral method as Tao Creation sect. Well, I have just been on the rise, Brother Shin. Please forgive me. Ding Yuhai is also a good person. After thinking about it, I feel that suddenly change it, I will be a bit uncomfortable, so I will apologize to Xinxiang. Others think that this is nothing. After all, Xinxiang is just a world-defying sacred realm late stage. It is offensive to offend. What are you afraid of? They are the core disciple and sect. No problem. Xinxiang lightly smiled. The black door was suddenly opened, and a beautiful scent of fragrance was not a very strong fragrance, but it was able to drift into this floor. Xinxiang smelled this faint fragrance and felt a shock. He was sure that this woman was a woman sitting in the 8-dragon elephant car, because he also smelled this faint fragrance. It's Xiao Xianglin. I thought she wasn't coming. A silver man said with a smile, she is late every time. Xiao Xianglin is small and pet. 1T. She is almost 2 heads shorter than Xinxiang, but she is not delicate, and her beauty is a bit more heroic and somewhat cool. She wore a purple and elegant dress, which made her have an blee and yet quiet beauty, graceful and luxurious, seemingly like Shaoling. She did not bring a weak feeling, but she had a hint of might. I don't dare to look down. A little bit of a delay. Xiao Xianglin said that she had a strange face when she saw it, but when she looked closely, the face was extremely familiar, and she could not help but remember the man who stopped her big car. This time I have a strange friend. Xiao Xianglin recognized Xinxiang, while Xinxiang pretended not to know anything and continued to watch Divine Weapon. He is not my friend, but it is a friend of Lao Ding. Just now, Lao Ding also intends to introduce him to Tao Creation Sect. Fortunately, we will wake up the old Ding in time. Otherwise, he will regret it in the future. A man said. Xiao Xianglin lightly smiled, laughing a little mysterious. Everyone feels a bit strange. Xiao Xianglin, have you brought any good divine weapon this time? That is, we will wait to see your things. I didn't bring it, but it brought 8-headed dragon elephant. Do you want to see? Xiao Xianglin thought that Xinxiang was very interesting and went over. This young master, can you look at your divine weapon? No. Xinxiang didn't want to show her. He knew that the referrer had failed this time, and he was in a bad mood, and then met this woman. Everyone stunned. So I didn't give Xiao Xianglin face. Several men were already angry. Brat, what do you wear? Isn't it because we persuade Lao Ding not to recommend you to enter Tao Creation Sect? What a shameful face you have. I thought it would be too late to have a good divine sword. A white man angrily said, this is the Divine Weapon Appreciation Society, and divine weapons should be shown for everyone to appreciate. It's a guy who owes me a bad job. Anyway, he came from the world-defying soul, River 5th layer. It's nothing to slap him. He came here, he should also want to try his luck and see if he can be introduced to the top 10 sect, but his cultivation base is too low, haha. Xinxiang was not in a good mood, said with a sneer. You have all seen my divine weapon. I have never seen you. You have come out and showed it to me. Just now. What is the applause of a certain population? Appreciation. What are you counting? Why do I show it to you? The white man was furious because Xinxiang cultivation base was low, so he looked down on Xinxiang. Xinxiang looked at Xiao Xianglin and said to Xiao Xianglin, what are you counting? Why should I show it to you? Xinxiang's sentence caused a lot of anger, and actually dared to speak to Xiao Xianglin, but the white man's face was ugly because Xinxiang borrowed his words from Xiao Xianglin, as if telling him that his words were to Xiao Xianglin. Said, Brat, are you looking for a fight? I really thought we were afraid to hit you. You just came from the world-defying Soul River 5th layer. But you can come here. You should also know the rules here. Killing is not worth the effort. The man in white is angry, and the murderous aura rises. Wait. Xiao Xianglin didn't mind Xinxiang just talking to her. She faintly smiled. This is the divine weapon appreciation. Everyone should be calm. I have always been calm, but some people shouted and screamed and sneered at me. Xinxiang coldly snorted. I don't think it's about appreciating divine weapon, but appreciating arrogance. Who do you say arrogant? It is clear that you are too weak to enter our eyes. The white man retorted, I am weak, but you dare not be here with me to see a sword, to see whose divine weapon is great? Divine weapon is just too boring to appreciate. The real knife hit a touch. This appreciation is interesting. Shen Xiang calls out his 9 firmaments divine sword. Shen Xiang's previous blood-fire divine sword, people know it is a good thing at first glance, because of the faint Tao creation saint stone and the 9 firmaments divine sword he took out at this time. The whole body is pale gold. The people hear at first glance, this is known to be made from a large number of crystal emperors. Shen Xiang's previous blood-fire divine sword, people know it is a good thing at first glance, because of the faint Tao creation saint stone and the 9 firmaments divine sword he took out at this time. The whole body is pale gold. The people hear at first glance, this is known to be made from a large number of crystal emperors. Everyone here agrees that no matter how many crystal emperor refining divine weapon, can't match a Tao creation saint stone. Shen Xiang does not take the blood-fire divine sword, but this sword is very doubtful. You are worried that your red divine sword is being destroyed. White man said with a sneer, How about the last sword? I'm not as afraid as you are. I will use your best divine sword to come with you. Ratio. Xianglin frowned, said, The Divine Weapon Appreciation Society should not be like this. Here are the people who love divine weapon. If divine weapon is destroyed, this is not something that everyone enjoys. He broke the thing, the destruction will be destroyed. I believe that everyone will love it. The white man laughed. He took out a silver-white long sword, and at first glance he knew it was made with Tao Creation's saint stone. Shen Xiang blinked, said with a sneer, It's a good sword, it's a pity. What a pity, the white man said with a smile. Is it a pity that your black broken sword? Shen Xiang laughs and says nothing. Xianglin felt that Shen Xiang had already recognized her, and she had just put on such a gesture to her, apparently angry at what she is today. She felt that it was all because of her. This Xiongtai, if you are unhappy because you can't enter Tao Creation sect, then it is better for me to invite you to join our Dragon Elephant sect. Xianglin hurriedly said, If it is, in any case, it will definitely end today. Under the various contradictions, this divine weapon appreciation was initiated by her, and she didn't want to make such a situation. Everyone was very surprised. Xianglin actually did this in order to calm down the incident. This is also difficult to understand because in their eyes, Shen Xiang is just a guy from the world-defying Soul River. Low and weak. Dragon Elephant sect? I don't have much interest right now. I am in a bad mood, not because I can't enter Tao Creation sect, mainly because some guys are too deceived and have no one else. Shen Xiang said, I can't bear it, he looks down on me. I want to see how he can resist. Well, you can only take the last move. If you dare to take the second move, don't blame me for being rude. This divine weapon building is built by me. I have the right to ask you to leave, said Xianglin. The divine weapon building was actually built by Xianglin, so this supreme hotel should have a relations. I plus P with her. Maybe it is the Dragon Elephant sect behind the scenes. No wonder it can be won so much. Shen Xiang is secretly surprised. Everyone immediately stepped back and left the empty S, P, A, C in the middle, letting Shen Xiang and the white man compare. Shen Xiang, if you just use 9 firmaments divine sword, he is definitely better than the other side of the silver divine sword, and his 9 firmaments divine sword is the best place to blend with divine mirror of 6 paths. And you can't use world define to fight, it will cause damage to this place. If I sense that you are using world defying, don't blame me. Xianglin hastily sighed 2 sentences. Shen Xiang and the white man have heard it. For Xianglin, they still have to listen. I understand, start now. Xianglin shouted. I shouted 3, 1, 2, 3, start! After the start, Shen Xiang and the white man immediately took 3 steps. When they stepped, they released the whole body strength, and Shen Xiang took a step more than the white man. that is divine mirror of 6 paths instantly integrated into 9 firmaments divine sword. Both of them are masters, and the strength of the whole body can smoothly match them in a moment, allowing them to break out of the strongest strength when they swing their swords. They can only use physical strength, but they are also very horrible. When the sword is being played, the tremulous whistling sound is very shocking. The most amazing thing is that Shen Xiang's 9 firmaments divine sword has changed a lot in the past, directly into bronze, and this bronze-style divine tool, only one person is best at refining, that is Gu Tong. But everyone never knows that Gu Tong can refine this divine weapon, who knows how to transform, although they can't be sure if it is made by Gu Tong. But after seeing 9 firmaments divine sword, it has the flavor of Tao creation saint stone. I feel very powerful. The most surprising thing is, of course, the white man, because he thinks that Shen Xiang's 9 firmaments divine sword is just a crystal emperor. No matter how powerful it is, it can't compete with his divine sword. If divine weapon refining Tao creation saint stone is not as strong as his divine sword, it will be damaged under this collision. Even if he wins, he will lose, and his heart will suddenly scream. Shen Xiang actually wants to go with him. At the moment of electric sparks, the 2G DS violently collided and slammed into a flash, releasing a raging chi energy. The sound of the jingle came, and everyone jumped in the heart because the sound meant that divine weapon was damaged. The damaged divine weapon, unexpectedly, is a white man, not broken, but broken. Tao creation saint stone divine weapon refining. It is so broken. This is very rare. Just now everyone thinks that at most it just collapsed a small mouth. I did not expect it will be broken. You are so ignorant. It seems that this is not the case. I know that the guy who is like you can't have a lot of skills, but it's just a lot of effort. Shen Xiang clasps 9 firmaments divine sword. His 9 firmaments divine sword has a broken hole and is also damaged. Such a good divine sword was damaged. Shen Xiang did not feel distressed. He closed the divine sword. Others don't know, but he knows that among the various Tao creation spells in divine mirror of 6 paths, there is a self-repairing strength that can be self-healing after a period of time. If he uses blood fire divine sword, maybe it will break. 9 firmaments divine sword merges with divine mirror of 6 paths. This is his strongest divine weapon. The white man was so angry that his divine sword was actually off the court. This is the sect reward. He has to check sect every period of time. When sect's elder needs it, he has to be unconditional. Hand over. You. The white man glared at Shen Xiang, suffocating his blood, killing intent, and Wisconsin H. Plussing to kill Shen Xiang immediately, but he could only bear with the cold eyes of Xiao Xianglin. You lost. Shen Xiang faintly smiled. Let the white man's anger just press down again. I want to kill you. The white man finished, picked up the debris from the ground, and slammed into the sliding door. You are just talking about it. Shen Xiang looked at the white man and left sneered. Xiao Xianglin naturally knows that the white man is a man. She has seen Shen Xiang's character before, so now it will be like this, she can only sigh. Xiao Xianglin naturally knows that the white man is a man. She has seen Shen Xiang's character before, so now it will be like this, she can only sigh. Do you really consider joining the Dragon Elephant sect? Xiao Xianglin said, there is no need to hang in Tao Creation sect. Our Dragon Elephant sect is also very strong. Ding Yuhai just gave up on Shen Xiang, but now she has some regrets. Now everyone can see that Shen Xiang's is good. Although the cultivation base is weak, but later upgraded, and with his own divine weapon, the future is still very good. Okay, I am joining. Shen Xiang thought for a moment and nodded. He feels that even if he enters Tao Creation sect, he will definitely not see Gu Tong for a while. He wants to see Gu Tong's level of expert. He also needs to have certain strength, and the entry conditions of Tao Creation sect seem very strict. Ding Yuhai came to Shen Xiang and patted Shen Xiang's shoulder and said, Dragon Elephant Sect is really good and strong, but we should know about Tao Creation Sect, and now you are near Tao Creation Sect. Ding Yuhai, you can't do this. Just now you decided not to invite people. Now he agrees to come to our Dragon Elephant Sect. How do you jump out again? Xiao Xianglin said with a smile. What are you going to do with me? Ding Yuhai he smiled. I didn't say let Xinxiang come, I just let him think more. Just now, many people have looked down on Xinxiang, but when she saw Xinxiang, there are two divine weapon refining Tao Creation Saint Stone, suddenly thinks that Xinxiang is still very good. If you can introduce your own sect, then sure. It's a good thing, it can improve the overall strength of sect. They have some regrets. There was an unpleasant thing today. This time the divine weapon appreciation will be like this. Xiao Xianglin sighed and said to Xinxiang, follow me. Xinxiang followed Xiao Xianglin to the floor and took the higher floor to the top of the divine weapon building, standing on a stand and seeing the entire Supreme Hotel. You are the arrogant woman in the dragon elephant car. Xinxiang said, why are you invited me to your dragon elephant sect? Yes, I am the arrogant woman. Xiao Xianglin lightly snorted. Then you know that I am so arrogant woman. Why should we join our dragon elephant sect? Dragon elephant sect has such an arrogant person. Dragon elephant sect, it must be very arrogant. You should not like it. That's because I like to teach arrogant guys, so I decided to join Dragon Elephant Sect, which will allow me to teach them well. Xinxiang walked over to a chair and sat down. Xiao Xianglin said, this world is the weak are prey to the strong. How much have you saved? Xinxiang lightly smiled. I can't save much, but I will save it. If I am strong enough, you may be dead now. So you are a good person? Xiao Xianglin sat opposite Xinxiang, beautiful eyes staring at Xinxiang. Not really. If there is a chance, I will show my bad side. Xinxiang laughed. Xiao Xianglin did not understand, but she thought carefully, suddenly coldly snorted. Can you show me divine weapon? You have a divine sword before. I want to see it. Xiao Xianglin really is a person who likes divine weapon and still remembers it. No. I am worried that you will take it away. You are a very overbearing woman. Let your own hands kill innocent people. I can't believe you. Xinxiang still remembers this. Those are not my men. They are just ordered to escort me. Xiao Xianglin bit his teeth. If I really kill innocent, you may be dead now. Not necessarily, said Xinxiang. They have to fight, but I don't allow it, said Xiao Xianglin. They add a few women in your car. Not necessarily kill me. Xinxiang said confidently, good. This is a good thing for me. I apologize here like you. I will send someone to find the old man and send something to him. It is to make up for my fault. Xiao Xianglin is not a woman who is too proud. Xinxiang thought about it and thought it was not bad. This is not bad. So now you can show me your divine weapon. Xiao Xianglin showed a smile. Why do you like divine weapons so much? Xinxiang was puzzled by this. He took out his own blood-fire divine sword and threw it to Xiao Xianglin. After Xiao Xianglin took it, she carefully watched and stroked. She quickly concluded that this refining technique is very similar to that of Luo Jiang, which is the same as Ding Yuhai said before. Just like a beautiful woman whose men like to wear clothes. I just like it. There is no reason. Xiao Xianglin's words made Xinxiang nod. This kind of thing really has no reason. It is an instinct. So now I show you my divine sword. Then do you show me something I like to watch? Xinxiang said with an evil smile. For example, a pretty woman who doesn't wear clothes. You still have a divine sword? You just have to be, then the sword, said Xiao Xianglin. Xinxiang throws 9 firmaments divine sword and now merges with divine mirror of 6 paths. The state of the sword is very different at this time. After Xiao Xianglin came over, she was excited, carefully observed, and repeatedly stroked, but also very confused because she can't understand the sword. What happened to this sword? How do I feel that I am repairing myself? I have heard of this divine weapon, but this is just a divine weapon that Gutong Grandmaster envisioned. The style looks like Gutong Grandmaster, but not. Xiao Xianglin was very curious and looked at Xin Xiang. Xin Xiang drank tea and didn't tell her. Xiao Xianglin patted her hands and saw a sliding door open. 2 women were out of the tall. The 2 women had beautiful faces, feminine, and they looked similar. They should be a pair of sisters. The 2 women only wore a layer of tulle. But when she came out, she took off the tulle. This is really a woman who doesn't wear clothes. And it's still 2, not only beautiful, but also the best, unpredictable, and most importantly, the 2 women are very strong. Both divine world, defying realm of. Xin Xiang can sense a familiar atmosphere. This is the woman with Xiao Xianglin in the car. This is unexpectedly the female slave of Xiao Xianglin. It can have such a strong female slave. It can be seen that Xiao Xianglin is definitely not a normal dragon elephant sect. Disciple, even if it is a temple discipline, certainly does not have the status. How? They are very perfect. Recognized better than me. Taller than me, better than me. Xiao Xianglin haughty smiled. I only saw them. You are the first man to have seen them. Do you feel very fulfilled? Xin Xiang just drank tea, admired, said with a smile, They are only average. His words made Xiao Xianglin frown, and the 2 female slaves were also dissatisfied. The woman said so because it might be Embara, Sing, but a man said so they were very upset.